Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 214th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we finally have a very long-awaited new main class to review. This is the Samurai class coming from Hecate. Kage has been waiting for this one for months. In fact, Kage is working on their own version for their own setting. So I know that this one has been long awaited to see how much is similar, how much is different. And I think above all else, sorry, Hecate, that's kind of what I'm here for right now, is while I want to see what you did with the Samurai, because I think it's one of the most desired classes in D&D that we haven't seen officially yet. But I think I'm a little bit more excited just to see the differences between what you and Kage are thinking of, because I haven't really gotten much from Kage yet. So I'm hoping he'll give a little bit of details on what he's thinking, but I hope to see what you've done, because this really is needed in D&D right now, and I'm super excited. So yes, let's get into it. The Samurai class complete with 3 subclasses, but we won't be getting into those today, but it does come with 3 subclasses. So let's go. Boom. Let me unmute you real quick, and no, that's the one. There we go. Yeah, so I know that you've been absolutely waiting for this for so long.
No idea. I've been so hyped ever since they submitted it with the 3 subclasses. I was like, yo, I have to know what this looks like. And doing the conversion, like this one, I tried really, really hard. I tried really hard to avoid any sort of knowing what was going on ahead of time. But there were some pieces that I had to end up putting together. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what's going on. I have a feeling that we're going to be along the same lines at the very least in our mindset. So I'm here for it. I'm super here for it.
Good. Okay, so no, I got Discord's trying to shut down Spotify. Because I was transmitting audio, it paused my Spotify. But as far as I can tell, it's now playing, so we should be fine.
So wild.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Are you going to do that thing again? You know what? I think okay, I know what. This. And then do this. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Okay.
Whoa, that one down. That one down. That. Perfect. Whoopsie. All right, cool.
Oopsie. So
we're going to give Hecate a few minutes to show up. But I think everything's working so well. Music's back. You're doing just fine on audio, video. You should be able to see yourself, so where you're positioned and everything.
Yep.
And yeah, so we are good to go. Once the author gets here, we can start, because I don't really have a whole lot of updates. There hasn't really been a whole lot of movement. I've been busy, New Year and all of that kind of stuff. So, my schedule is going to be changing here. Hopefully in the next couple months, I'm hopefully going to be assigned to a new class at work. So I'm actually going to take 6 months off my job and basically get assigned to a new unit to do some training, and then I'll be back. So I'll have 7 months of not doing my regular job, but learning a whole bunch of stuff. So that's going to change my schedule. Streaming shouldn't be affected, but I will be affected. So yeah, I will be obviously the affected party here, but not in a bad way. And I think with that, it's just going to be some adjustments on the type of content that we do. But yeah, it's not a pay change, so I'm still waiting on funding. I mean, I know a lot of you are dying to know what's been going on recently, but we're still waiting on funding for both. OSR, we still need to wait for us to have the right funding to get into the coding side of that, because I have played my hand at coding. I have played my hand at vibe coding. I am comfortable in what I do, but I am not comfortable in taking it to that extent. Same thing with the Oracle. I got to a point to where I fleshed out everything I wanted, but to truly get what I want it to do, which is beyond, like, it's so difficult to talk about the Oracle with people who already have a mindset of how to automate certain things, because the way that I want to do it and the layers that I want to have, and because it's like, it's much more than just I want X. You know what I mean? The Oracle isn't just, because if it was just X, if the Oracle was just that thing, all it would take is to take every transcript we have, throw it in a chat GPT or an LLM and say, boom, answer questions. Like, but that's not what it's meant to do, right? There's meant to be different layers to it. And I want it to be much more dedicated beyond your standard, LLM, like your standard public LLM too. Sure. But again, a lot of that is face dressing, but a lot of that is also tweaking specifics of how to interact with it, and the content that it generates. So those two things are still on the plate. They haven't been forgotten. It's just at this point we're at a stalemate. Like, the only thing is with OSR, the only thing that we can really do with it, we could keep up with the game and modify the health points and everything, but we have all the structure there. At this point, it's the interface. If we don't have an interface, we don't have a game.
And I think the biggest next step is kind of like what we were talking about as beta testing, which is running through games and being able to flow through stuff, kind of like what we were trying to do last time. And that entire process of honing in and making like the health and the distances and all that stuff feel good is going to be so much more viable when we have a UI to actually make it effective.
Right? We need to know the flow of the game. We can't justify the flow of the game without knowing how the game is going to be. Like, it's like, it's trying to adjust how much Dark Souls boss should be and how much damage they should output before you know what button dodge is going to be. It's like, well, I don't know how I'm going to dodge. Is it going to be, quarter circle, punch button, or is it just going to be, triangle and then you dash, right? Is it going to be dash in a direction? Is that going to matter for the, like, it's I feel like it's one of those situations we're in, right? We have all of the bare bones, but at this point we're just locked into not knowing exactly how it's going to feel. So until we have some form of a UI with at least the bare minimum of buttons and you press this button and it gives me an action to read. And once we start making that flow, then everything else, I think, cascades.
Absolutely. I'm definitely.
What's up? Greetings, Sekate. We were waiting for you.
With bated breath, we're waiting for you. Very excited. Very exciting.
But yeah, so I think that was the biggest updates. Starting. Oh, actually, it is February. It is the very first stream of February. So what we can do.
Ooh, very true. Very true.
I can set up the next series of community streams. So let me go ahead and do that.
Fredo Hecate, jelly. I got those. What was it? I forget exactly what it was called in the menu, but like the deep dish pizza and like the garlic bread or whatever from Little Caesars. That stuff was actually pretty dope. I was here for it. But chicken Alfredo sounds like an actual meal and something I'd actually want right now. Anyways, it's legit. Bad legit. Hey, let's see.
So March community stream.
Let's go, Hecate. That's fire.
Reach people to get a bonus stream. Bonus.
Totally sounded like you said boneless.
Boneless stream.
We got boneless streams. That's wild.
All right, what should we make it? Should we go back to 10K or should we make it 15K and start the year off strong?
I think people made 15K last time. I think 15K was a good amount.
Okay. 15K it is. We have not quite 30 days, so we really only have like 26 days left. Let's see. And boom, and begin. So we'll start that challenge. All right, the March Community Stream Challenge, 15,000 XP, and y'all will get a bonus 6-hour stream from us sometime in March with a topic voted on by the community in Discord. That is what the community stream is all about. It is what y'all want to see whenever we can do it. But it is a 6-hour stream usually. At least we try to match that. So there we go. Already 4,000 put towards it. Everybody's excited.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And look at that. Hecate is already contributing the max. I'm surprised.
Hecate and Soul. That's 4K straight out. Let's go.
Soul did it right before. Holy mackerel.
Yeah, we got 4K right out the gate. Let's go.
See, like I said, they gonna make it so fast.
I mean, ironically, well, I wouldn't say ironically, but I mean, of course, our two stars here, our two big time subscribers. By the way, for anybody that's new watching now or in the future, if you want to get on the sub board, all you got to do is subscribe and you get your name on the board. Now you get a couple of features though, because you'll notice that Hecate and Soul have some fancy bit of names here. Well, for them, they've both been here for over a year. So once you make your 12-month subscription mark, you get a nice little highlight like they do. So your name becomes emboldened. And every year you're going to get a new layer. So I think that's going to be kind of cool because every year, you get bigger and bigger. But we have other ones. If you donate or subscribe to, if you either donate 10 subs or subscribe for 10 months all at once or more, you get a big fancy underline under your name. So if anybody was ever so crazy, they would get a giant fancy underline. And then I forget, we have a couple other ideas, but we haven't looked at all the other benchmarks yet, but we have other ideas for extravagant big things. We good? Are we losing you? We might be losing Kage just a little bit. All right. Invert power in the flux capacitor. It's okay. Reduce the neutron flow. We'll get you back. Dial it in.
This is acting wild right now. Absolutely wild.
We got you back, though. We got you back.
Randomly disconnecting me from Discord.
Well, I mean, you were still here the whole time, so we're good there.
I mean, if it works, I'm here for it.
So that explains the board and the names behind us. But I think now that we have Hecate here, we can begin with this review. If you're all good, do you need to make sure that you have everything?
Be good. I think I just might have too many things open, even though I have to use both these computers. But yeah, we should be fine.
All right, cool. So let's get down to it. Hecate, thank you again so much for this particular submission because it has been so long awaited. I appreciate your patience because I know you have also been waiting about as long as we have to see this. So I hope everybody's excited to see what we have in store. Let's go here. I just have to make sure everything. Come on. So give me. Yes.
Give me a second.
There we are. There it is. All right, everybody.
Right.
Welcome, everybody, to today's review. All right. Bam. All right. So today we have a brand new main class coming from Hecate. This is not a subclass. This is your primary base class. It does come complete with 3 subclasses, but we will be getting into those on different streams. So today we are looking at the Samurai main class, something that we both, Kage and I, have been looking forward to for a very long time. Kage more than me, because he has been developing his own class, basically. So I'm really curious to see what similarities, what differences, and what direction Hecate and Kage are thinking about going with a samurai class, because I think everybody has their own interpretations on how the class should be done. So this is something that I've thought about. I have a placeholder in High Point, but I have not fleshed it fully out. So I'm hoping to gain some of my own inspiration from Hecate today. So as always, let's begin with the description. Kage, by the way, because of the way that we have it set up for some reason, I'm not able to see chat right now. So can you just alert me if there's anything I need to be paying attention to in chat?
So I will say my camera is 90 in this scene instead of the
let me.
That's what chat was saying. Chat was saying.
Thank you. It's because we messed it with the other thing. Yeah. Thank y'all so much. That's exactly why I had you. I called out chat. 'Cause I'm like, I can't see chat, by the way, because my entire screen has to be the review because I have you over here on my other screen. So anyway, thank y'all for no, that one filter. Okay, so. First and foremost, you to nope, click the wrong one. There we go. So now I need to fix. Oh, actually, I only need to fix a few things.
Oh, look at that! I look pretty good.
Actually, bam, that's all I had to fix. Was the top.
Sweet.
All right. We are good. We're all good.
Groovy.
Excellent. Back to it. So yes, just let me know if there's anything in chat that I need to be aware of. But otherwise, we are going to start, as always, with the description. Excuse me. Samurai are disciplined warriors guided by strict codes of loyalty, honor, and moral duty. Their lives are shaped by rigorous training, refining both physical prowess and spiritual fortitude. Whenever earning honors for valor, defending tradition, or facing overwhelming odds, samurai exemplify duty, respect, and an unbreakable will. Okay. Short, sweet, and to the point. It doesn't give us a lot, but it doesn't need to. We've talked about that.
So,
but it does give me a focus. It does give me it gives me fighter vibes. I feel like this is going to be much more fighter / like monk similarity. I'm not getting paladin. I'm not getting anything else. I'm not getting tank. I think I'm getting like more monk fighter or fast fighter.
So I will say, and this is for Hecate as well, I did a tiny bit of rearranging with some things just for formatting and just so that I thought things would flow a little bit better. There's a small addition to the description just afterwards, kind of going into a little bit of details about like the description of the subclasses. It's right underneath the image, but when it was originally submitted, that was a part of the description, so I just had to move it around a little bit, but I still think it fits.
Cool. All right. And not a bad image. Not terrible.
No. Cool.
Nothing out of place, nothing too crazy there. All right. So we begin with warrior traditions. As a samurai, your chosen path shapes your legacy. Okay, so interesting. What would this be? Is this kind of like what you think of a warlock if you choose like path, like a pact with the weapon, is that what you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a very similar thing, but this is not at like first level or anything. This is like this little tiny portion right here is like the extension of the description. So this is
gotcha. Okay.
Articulating, hey, these are the different paths you could take going down this road of samurai.
So these aren't specific to anything other than like more of mentality, or is this going to be specific to those subclasses?
what these are specific. These are like the description of what each sub, like it's like a small blurb description of each subclass. So one of the
Okay,
subclasses
cool.
is Kensu Master, and so like that's just when you think about Kensu
Gotcha.
Master, this is what you're thinking of.
So it's like a primer. It's prepping you, saying, hey, when you think about it, while you're looking at this base class, these are a brief description of the 3 ways you might be able to take it. So keep that in mind as you read through it. Cool. I actually like that. Like, priming me a little bit for what to expect in the subclasses is a great way to give me forethought on why all of these main class features matter. Because we've talked about that before, where, fighters get all of the action points and you get, more key boost, with monk, and some classes don't really do much for any of their subclasses and others seem to pair very nicely. So I kind of like that it's giving me that preparatory think about what you're going to do as you're reading this. Because if you're looking at this for the first time, you're not going to dive into the subclasses just yet. You want to see what the generalization is. But if you don't know how the subclasses work, it makes perfect sense.
Sure how to think about it as you're going through.
Yeah, I would love to see this more commonly in just general class like books. Like,
and at the very least, because like you can get an idea of like what the subclasses are going to look like by giving a brief description of just a couple. You don't need to list out every single one, because like
exactly,
you have like freaking 20 of them, but you can just give me an idea of a couple, and then I'm like, all right, I get how this is going to flow. I get how this could work together.
Yeah, for 5th edition, I would love to see this like more standardized. So cool. All right, so you get 1 of 3 paths to choose your legacy. So you'll have Kensu Master, perfect the art of the sword. Their lightning fast katana strikes, able to dismantle foes with a single decisive cut. That sounds dope. Being able to like have almost like a powered up, almost like a power up ability. That kind of sounds cool. But I do like that straightforward. So we have the Sojutsu Defenders, specialize in polearm combat, standing as living bastions of protection for their allies. So you could take it more melee fighter, you could take it more defensive, and then you have the, I'm probably going to butcher this one, Kyujutsu marksman. Embody the ideal of the peerless archer, striking down threats from afar with unmatched precision. I'm assuming that's going to end with. Okay, so now we have a base class that isn't defining itself purely based on its primer, right? Like, you could technically be a fighter and take a subclass that can give you archery, but that's not quite the same as being really an archer. It's, you still want to have that core functionality of fighting. So I like that this isn't trying to stand as any one thing, but it also does feel, with what I remember from samurai lore, this is perfect. This is the exact way you would want to specialize your character. I wouldn't even mind. I know that this would be way out of bounds for 5th edition, but I wouldn't even mind that at like 6th level, they all have the same shared ability where you can choose like one like extra specialty. It's like, like if you chose polearm, but then you would be able to get like a bonus to archery or a bonus to the katana. Just they all basically could get one small, because samurai would have multiple specialties, but I like this.
Absolutely.
The idea of a sword fighter, polearm expert, or an archer, that really, it doesn't make me feel like you're trying to be everything. We don't have a thief or a rogue subtype here. We don't have a magic using subtype. It really focuses on what I remember being like their primary weapon statuses. So that's great. I think that's a great way to do it. And I'm hoping that at the end of all 3 subclass reviews, I have the feeling that this entire class is complete. Because how there are plenty of classes where you could just keep adding subclasses forever. I would love if this felt complete with just these 3. Because that would be something that we would have never seen before. Like, the closest I think we've ever seen is Psionicist. That felt like a complete class. I wouldn't need to necessarily continue to add in order to make the Psionicist class from 2nd edition feel complete. That felt complete. This would be interesting if this felt one whole completion with just 3 subclasses. And I think it could be possible.
Just point of clarification from the author, the missing word is accuracy. After
I mean, accuracy, precision. I was right there. You know what I mean? I was only. I mean, it was only like 17 letters off. Okay. I mean, just right there. All right. All right. So let's begin and check out some of the class features you get when choosing Samurai. As a Samurai, you gain the following class features. Your hit points are a 1d10 per Samurai level. Hit points at first level are 10 plus your Constitution modifier, and hit points at higher levels are a d10 or 6 plus your Constitution modifier per Samurai level after first. Sounds pretty normal. That follows Fighter. Is that Fighter or Paladin?
No. Follows Fighter. Yep, absolutely.
Fighter D12
and Paladin, actually.
Oh, I thought Paladin was D12 for some reason. Maybe that was prior edition.
The only one that's a D12 is a Barbarian. And
that's I think that's what I was thinking. I kept meaning to mention Barbarian in my previous rants, so that's why I was like thinking Paladin, but no, I meant Barbarian. Right. Cool. So that's fine. No change there. I don't think I would expect Samurai to be Barbarian level, and I don't think that I would expect them to be anything less than a fighter. Proficiencies, they have all armor and shields. We're going to get back to that one because I want your opinion on that. Weapons, simple weapons, martial weapons. I think for 5th edition, that falls right in line with everything they're asking for with all 3 specialties. Tools, calligrapher's supplies, or painter's supplies. Oh, that is, you know how like some things are like the cherry on top or the icing on the cake? That right there, calligrapher's tools or supplies is the sprinkles. Like, it's not a big thing, but that right there, that's like sprinkles on the icing. Absolutely. It isn't a big deal, but man, does that actually make it feel better. You know, and again, so many people want everything to be so useful. And I'm like, that is useful both in lore and roleplay in ways people will overlook. That is gold right there. That is so nice.
Absolutely.
Saving throws, we have strength and wisdom. And skills, choose 2 from athletics, history, insight, intimidation, perception, persuasion, and survival. I like all of those. Like, my brain's trying to feel like something's missing, but I don't think it is. I think these are all of the D&D specific skill sets and ability sets that would cover anything I feel is missing. Because like, like poetry isn't really a thing, you know what I mean? Like, so that doesn't really make sense.
Sure.
Survival is perfect. Persuasion is actually a brilliant. Intimidation is amazing. You have insight.
History is great. Like, there's a couple that I could see adding, but I would say those would probably be more geared towards specific subclasses, and plenty of subclasses will be like, hey, you're not proficient in this thing. So I think if it made sense for that subclass, you can worry about it then. But this base class,
you know what I want this to? You know what? This makes me want to have like a separate but packaged set of backgrounds for this subclass, like a shogun background, a farmer background, or like a peasant, like a background that would help actually blend this lore into like what got you to be a samurai, because there are a few ways that you could have been one. Like, I wouldn't even mind like a rogue samurai background where you came across a dead samurai, stole all their stuff, and were basically like, I'm samurai now. Like, because there was the thug samurais, right? Or you could be like a thug samurai, one that used to be a military, but now just makes your money by being a mercenary. Like, those would be so cool to have its own package of unique backgrounds. Again, just for the role play, and there'd be a couple extra skill sets that would be really interesting to add to this.
Only have, with the saving throws, the only thing I'm thinking is I would probably see dexterity instead of strength, specifically. Not that samurais wouldn't be strong, but the fact that I feel like a large portion of their value is not specifically from how much I can tank something, but way more about how precise and nimble I am when it comes to reacting to something or addressing something, a fireball occurring or whatever,
See, that's interesting.
I think they could stand their ground in plenty of strength-based scenarios, but I do think that a lot of where they're getting their value. Now, I do think that kind of depends on if you're talking about, more of like the Ronin type or more of like the actual like warrior commander type, the type you.
And I think we're thinking more of the
Full armor.
yeah. I think we're thinking more of the commander type because, and it's funny that you say that because I agree with what you're saying, but I still agree more with using the strength as the saving throw because I think of the samurai in its traditional full armor. And I think that with that, you say nimble, and I'm like, individually, yes, which I wouldn't mind them having a good stat. But for an actual saving throw, one that's combat based, I feel strength is the appropriate one because while they are fast and quick, that quickness needs to come with precise use of strength because they aren't weak strikes, right? They are quick and precise. So
Yes,
that's just my argument for saving throws. But I'm gonna flip it because my argument was against wisdom because I think for a samurai it should be more intelligence based saving throw because they're more educated, they're more learned, they're more governmental, they're not as street, they're not quite as street smart. So I would, and again, I'm going for the militant side, like the general side. So funny that you said strength, dexterity over strength. I think intelligence over wisdom. Not that either any of us are correct, but I love that this is what I was talking about. I wanted to know this from you because I love how we all approach it differently. So
Yes.
I love that you would go with dexterity. I would agree with strength, but I think intelligence,
That's so. I very much agree with what you're talking about, which is kind of why I took the approach that I did. Like, because I'm in the Cineverse, like I plan on having a large variety of subclasses for this. Not like a huge variety, but like I love what Hecate has created because this is like you said, it's gonna feel complete when we're done, right? But like my ideas is like I'm gonna have like a Ronin version. I'm gonna have like the more warrior version. I'm gonna have like the more anime style version. I'm gonna have
Hmm.
like the unique styles of like different ways you can implement. But like the base is what I would want to be able to be applied to not only the Ronin samurai but also the warrior samurai. So like I want to make sure that like they all kind of see that value in it. But again, like I said, I think this is a perfect and especially with everything that they've shown us thus far. What is here in this class, I think this is going to be a good foundation for what they are bringing us, and I think that's exactly what I would like to see. So
And Hecate says in chat that they chose wisdom due to its equation to perception, discipline, and awareness. So I get that. I totally get that from a combat standpoint. So again, all fair arguments. Like, and none of these arguments are incorrect. This is what I really wanted, though. This was my most excited part. Is not necessarily what Hecate chose, but how we would all actually think
the
about
mind paths that get you there, absolutely.
That's
And
phenomenal.
I do agree with Hecate on that front, on the wisdom front, because it's when I think of wisdom versus intelligence, like I think you're smart when you have both of them, and I understand like the street smarts versus the book smarts, but for me,
And that has nothing to do with D&D. That is not actually what those things mean. So that's why I recognize that that is just more of my bias because I do treat them as that outside of their abilities.
I like Hecate's example of kind of bringing it back to the stats and like how those stats are actually used in game, is because it's like what do I think this particular character is going to be the most valuable in, right? Like the application, like the intelligence side, I can totally see it for things like history,
Yeah.
but for things like perception, for things like insight, for things like that, I would genuinely see them engaging with on a regular basis. I think their wisdom stat is going to be the stat that is not necessarily used most, but like curated the most. Like if they're going to be using their mind towards those wisdom based skills and things the most, which is why I would probably lean that direction. But I definitely see the argument for both sides, like you said.
Well, it's also funny too because that means that we both agree on at least one side of that argument.
That's so funny.
uh, so hey, take that for what it is. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance and you got both sides of that coin. Um, all right, and then okay, so going back to the armor, how do you feel about the all armor types? Because I'm conflicted. I can understand why we would think so, because there is multiple dress, but there is very rarely not that many combat dress forms,
So
right? So I'm
I
curious.
actually asked you this question in D&D yet, but do you believe that if somebody is proficient in heavy armor, that they are also proficient in light armor?
Absolutely not.
Just outside of D&D.
What do you mean well, outside of D&D?
Just in general, like if somebody who is like if you have somebody who's trained to fight in like heavy armor, kind of like when we were in like the SCA and people would put on like the
Yeah,
full
yeah, yeah.
armor and they would like go to town, like they know how to fight. Like
So
gear.
because you bring that up, and because this is something that I have direct experience with, shifting armor. No.
What do you mean?
Because going from one armor type to the other. I've done combat in both heavy and light, archery, and in rapier. So here's the thing: is when you go to different armor types, your fighting style has to shift. Mainly because when you're in different armor types, they are all specifically designed for the different weapons that you're wielding. So even if you're wielding your big weapon, if you're in light armor but you're still wielding your great sword, but you don't have your armor, your fighting technique is designed to attack someone and defend as if you were in armor. If you were not in armor, you are not going to be proficient at like. So this is my logic: is when I go from full armor, right? When I have full armor, a helmet, and I have someone, and me and them are able to just wail on each other with all of our might, with rattan, and those don't count as kill strikes because they have to hit hard and really hard and in the right spots. I'm not thinking about him hitting here on my shoulder. I'm not worried about him hitting on my leg. But when I went to rapier, all of those spots I never thought about are all now point spots. You can tag me in the arm, you can tag me in the leg. So when I wear different armor, yes, I am as proficient with my weapon. 100%, I am proficient with my weapon. But when we talk about you put that on, you do not get its same AC because you are not thinking where those weak spots are. You may feel lighter, you may feel more agile, but you are not thinking where the weak spots are. You're not trained in defending those weak spots. So me personally, that is why this is also why I don't agree with like weapons being all grouped together most of the time.
It's
the same. Yeah.
That, and I've actually started this in my games. Like I'm making my players choose the weapon that they are like. You are proficient in which weapon?
Yes, kind of like what I do with proficiency points. Yeah. And that's my argument. That's my soapbox. I know it's not the strongest argument, and I know that it's fantasy. But for me, if you have 3 different armor types, it doesn't make sense that by getting one you get another.
The reason why I asked that question is because I know that some people have the mindset that like heavy armor is like the top of the tier. It just gets easier the lighter you go, right? And
right.
I agree with you very much. I will say, I think specifically with what you're describing, I think samurai is a very unique fighting style in the sense that I think the way that samurais train prepares them universally.
Okay,
Meaning,
and that's something that I could understand.
Would probably be just as effective as.
And to be completely honest, I'm also hoping, personally, like now that we've been talking to, I'm also hoping that this is just a primer, and that means that each of the subclasses are going to have a different one. Because if we go back, it would make sense that the archer has light armor, the sword master has medium, and the pole arm master has heavy. So this is to indicate that all armor types, meaning one of each subclass has their own specialty, this makes sense that the overall class.
That's where my head was going to go initially when I first heard that. Is very similar to how I was saying. A lot of what we're looking at, I would probably break out into subclasses.
Exactly. Yeah.
Scenario where I would do that. It would.
And Hecate, let us know in chat. Is that the idea? Is that you're saying all armor types here because each of the subclasses will break it out?
He said, historically accurate, samurai wore layered and plate armor. It was is what I base the proficiency on. So basically, a lot of the times, basically, they would literally be able to like take off their outer layer of armor and then be like wearing like a version of medium to light armor underneath.
Yeah, I have seen that, but more often than not, the layers weren't meant to work without each other. Like the layers were meant for maneuverability with it all on, not necessarily as like not all of the armors were meant to do that, right? So I get the idea, but like I said, I would
Some samurai armor was not
yeah,
all of it.
and that's why I wouldn't mind if only one of them had that something like the polearm master or even the sword master. If the sword master could have layered armor, and then the other two were limited to like low and high, like heavy armor and light armor, that would be dope.
Sure.
I would totally be fine. I would be hesitant if all subclasses got all armor types. That would be a little bit pushy for me.
What I would kind of like to see is, and what I'm likely doing is, I'm going to have the base class give light armor proficiency, and then subclasses that
Gotcha.
deserve it slash use it, like would make sense for, will get those additional proficiencies. Very similar to how traditionally clerics only get medium armor, but some cleric subclasses will give you access to heavy armor. Very very similar mindset. So like,
Yeah.
especially because very much like the incident that you brought up. Imagine a rogue comes across like a dead samurai, steals their gear, and just runs around like posing as the samurai. They're not going to necessarily be trained historically the way Hecate's talking about. So when
Yeah.
we have a base class, we have to, like, the mindset that I have is like, I'm trying to take into account all possibilities here, right? All different potential ways somebody could get into it. And if there's an exception to the rule, I'll make the exception if my player wants to come up to me and be like, hey, I want to be proficient in heavy armor instead of light armor in my base, blah, 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 whatever. Like, give me an explanation. We'll talk about it. We'll work through it. Whatever. It's great. But like, if I'm trying to blanket this, I want to make it as wholly accessible as possible. So that's probably the direction I would start. But um no, I wholly, and that's the other thing. The part that mostly gets me is shields, because I will say it is rare to find a it's not
It's mostly in pole arms that they'll have. I think usually they would either have the tall shield as the pole arms, or the archers would have basically the shield that they could shoot behind and then get and stand behind. And I think later that also changed out when they got firearms. The firearms people would have the shields they could slam into the ground, hide behind while they reload.
Those are very much like,
It's a late, I believe, late period
styles of shields than you would traditionally see than just like a sword and shield fighter.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. That's why I was curious. That's why I wanted to come back to this, because all armor types and shield, it's like, again, if it's split out with the subclasses, I'm totally fine. But it is just one of those things where it caught me as well. So I'm glad that you were on the same page with those ones. But it also makes me think that they're like with the backgrounds, I would love a specialty weapon to come with the Polearm Master. Which one was that? The Sojutsu?
Oh, yeah.
The Sojutsu would be really great if it came with a specialty weapon, an optional specialty weapon, which is basically just your standard polearm, or spear, but usually just like your standard polearm. But you would also have it be the banner, basically like the banner polearm, because
right.
there are accounts where the banner holder at the front of the army would actually use that was their polearm, and they would have their banner attached to it. But I know a buddy in the SCA who used to run that. That was his persona, is the banner holder as a samurai. So he had full samurai getup, but what the best part about it was is he used it historically, because he was the only one with a giant piece of fabric on his thing. He could actually wrap other people's weapons in it.
Oh, heck yeah.
So imagine if this particular subclass got that optional weapon, and as a bonus action once per combat or something, when you attack, you can not necessarily, you could roll to disarm. So maybe if you get like high enough, you disarm, or if you get low enough, you just wrap them up and you force them to delay a full action next round. So like you take one action, so they still have a bonus action and a movement, but they have to basically use their action to unfurl their weapon from your banner. That would, like, if you could do that just as like a base, that would be kind of cool, man.
Grappling their weapon, that's great.
Yes. but it would have to come specific. I wouldn't want that to just be a standard weapon anyone can do. That would have to come special with like a class like that, because it really does come from the history of carrying banners, not flags, and those kind of colors, right? So that would be awesome. All right, so all armor, I will reserve that until we see how it happens in the subclasses. I just hope it's split up. Shield also unique, but not necessarily unheard. Simple and martial we already went over. Tools were great. Saving throws and skills we already talked about. All right, so techniques ability save. So techniques save DC equals an 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier. We will be getting into the techniques here in just a second. So we do have a techniques list.
Real quick, note from the author. When Hecate and I were talking about before this, he said that he actually got the opportunity to run a campaign where people got to use these things. And so he's got some pretty unique feedback of people who've actually played these classes. And so if there's like any questions we have about, stuff that's going on, but
awesome.
They said that during the 4-part series, my players chose their respective armor. So no archer had plate armor. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, okay. So they all split themselves through the different backgrounds and kind of like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right. So yeah. So the technique save will come later, but there is a DC save there with an 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom. So we will remember that.
It's pretty kind of standard for like fighter techniques and stuff like that.
All right, so equipment. Equipment. I want to see if there's anything special here. So you start with the following equipment. In addition to the equipment granted by your background, you get a martial weapon or a simple weapon. I'm assuming one of the ones specific to the background. A longbow and 20 arrows or a shield. Okay, that kind of makes sense there. I wouldn't mind even changing that to a hand crossbow. Like realistically, again, I know the shield's kind of already part and built in, but I wouldn't mind seeing that just being a different type of ranged or... I mean, even spears. I mean, you could get away with giving them like the lancet or or the javelins, because that would kind of be in line with spears. You could justify.
I totally see that.
So just as another option, not bad to have the shield, but again, as we talked about, it just seems a little out of place. Chainmail or leather armor. So so that's kind of what we were talking about. It says any armor, but you start with some of the basics, which is fine. I mean, there really isn't an in-game equivalent. So I feel like, yeah, probably chain armor. Either chain or scale. Scale feels a little bit on. Wait a second. Is in 5th edition, is scale heavy or is scale medium armor?
I'm pretty sure scale is heavy in 5th. Let me try.
Because I'm trying to think of like how their armor is actually made, and it's definitely better than leather. So I would suggest not chainmail for samurai. I would suggest scale over chainmail.
Give me 1 second, good sir. I will be right back.
But yeah, from my understanding, because I worked with some people who made their own armors, and just from my very basic understanding, I would think that for a medium armor starting choice, because if you're going to do leather armor and then another choice, I feel like historically accurate scale mail would be the more appropriate option. So, that's my 2 cents. Whether I'm right or not, I don't know, but that's where I would have taken it. And then an engineering's pack or an explorer's pack. Okay, and then an artisan's tools and a choice of smiths, woodcarvers, painters, supplies, or clippers. Okay, so that's perfect. That's actually great. So a dungeoneer pack or an explorer's pack. It's been a while since I've looked at all of the available packs that 5th edition offers. Does anybody in chat have a quick list of all of the pack types? Because I get the Explorer's pack. I kind of understand the Dungeoneering pack, but I feel like there's got to be a better one. I feel like there would be a better backpack, but it's been so long since I've actually looked at any of the standard ones. So I don't know off the top of my head which one would be the better one. Unless someone can pop me a list in chat while we're waiting for Kage, because actually I can probably, since I'm here on. What are the starting? All right. So not a burglar's pack. Okay. So I did mention, because you have the calligraphy set and the painter supplies, I I would suggest, because the Dungeoneers pack includes the crowbar, the hammer, pythons, tinderbox. That doesn't feel right. The Explorers pack does. Backpack, bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, all that's great. I would suggest. Oh, okay. Oh, I want to know what Kage thinks about this, because the diplomats pack, the priest pack, and the scholar pack. Those feel more samurai-like than the Dungeoneers pack. I agree with the Explorer one. The entertainment one doesn't make any sense. The burglar pack doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I would probably swap that one out. We'll see what he thinks. All right, so we're talking about the packs here, because you get a Dungeoneers pack or an Explorers pack, right? So I'm looking at them right now. Now, an Explorers pack, I totally agree with. Backpack, bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, torches, rations, water skin, rope. Cool. No big deal for a samurai.
Sure.
But the Dungeoneers pack, crowbar, hammer, pythons, torch, tinderbox, rations, it just doesn't have the right feel. So I'm looking at the other ones.
Honestly,
Burglars pack doesn't feel right. Definitely not the Burglars pack. Now, here's the ones that I think it could be. I'm going to list them off.
Prediction. Priest's pack is the one that initially comes to my mind.
Okay, so that was one of my three. So here's the three that I think it could be. So Diplomat pack. Okay. This is 2 cases for maps and scrolls, set of clothes, bottle of ink, an ink pen, a lamp, flasks of oil, sheets of paper, vial of perfume, sealing wax, and soap. For a samurai, they keep clean. He has the calligraphy. He has the painter set. That would be right in line with someone walking around. That's the diplomats pack. And with the soap and everything, like, I feel like that one calls to me more for like a traveling artisan, right? So Q1 for that.
I could see that. For sure.
Entertainers pack, no, doesn't make any sense. But the priest pack, like you said, blanket, candles, tinderbox, alms, incense, vestments, rations, water skin, not bad. That doesn't sound like I wouldn't see that on a traveling samurai. But also the scholar pack. A book of lore, a bottle of ink, an ink pen, sheets of parchment, a little bag of sand, and a small knife. Now, if he's also if he's a calligrapher, if you take the calligraphy set, I'd say go diplomat pack. But if you would go the other route with the painter's kit, why wouldn't you do like the scholar's pack? So I feel like even the priest pack, but I feel like for me, I would have gone diplomat or scholar instead of dungeoneer. I still think explorer is great. That's a great option. But I feel like the other two would have been a better choice.
I was just super unfamiliar with the diplomats pack and scholars pack, to be honest. I knew about the dungeoneers pack. I knew about the priest pack. I swear there was like there's a couple of others that are out there.
Akate says they agree. They just chose it by habit, but that's totally fair.
Fair enough.
So yeah, so I would just say, like, honestly, I know that they only want you to do one of two. So I would just put some thought. I mean, you can honestly, again, if this isn't really meant to be that big of a deal, you could also swap out both of them and do the diplomat or the brain. Or the scholar. So you could like do those two instead. But I like the explorer's pack. That's a solid option. But yeah, dungeoneer, I would just rethink that. I mean, that diplomat pack sounds kind of cool though, because I'm imagining the case for the map is like one of those scroll like cases where you open it up from one side and then take the parchment out and then unroll it. So it's like that makes it sound more like you're traveling with documents or traveling with the painting that you've done. Whatever you want to do to protect it. But either one, that because they come with ink, because they come with parchments, because you have the option for a calligraphy set or a painter's kit, those just vibe so much more.
Yeah. I totally feel that.
All right. So all of that, though, otherwise, great. I like all of that. And again, I would just say scale mail over chain mail. It would just make more sense for the medium.
Sure.
All right, so we get some proficiency bonus features as we level up. So we're just going to look at a couple of these as an example, but this looks very much like key points as it would for a monk. So at first level, we get two with a proficiency bonus of 2. We get Code of Honor and Tenets.
Call them resolve points,
right? Like having resolve is very a key thing for the samurais, right? Like that's a very key tenet, I believe.
Was you were just playing it? You were just playing it. What's Ghost of Tsushima? That's what you use in Ghost of Tsushima. Resolve points, those little yellow dots. That's kind of fire.
And then techniques, none. Okay, and then so you get fighting. Okay, so you get your Code of Honor and Tenets, and you get your fighting style and samurai techniques, your samurai tradition, the ASIs, your extra attack. Ooh, so we get an extra attack, your honorable bearing. Okay, so we get some really unique, cool things here, and our resolve points seem to go up by 1 every level. And then we do get to know more and more techniques. That's kind of cool. So this looks pretty good. We don't know what any of these do though, but I do see only 1 extra attack, which is nice. I like it because it's meant to be a fighter, but they're not trying to replace the fighter having all of the swings. I like that we see things like samurai tradition, tradition feature. That sounds nice. I like that there's going to be some consistency there. We have some other samurai feeling items like honorable bearing, unbreakable will, spirit of the ancients. So these things I feel like are calling to that very nature of the lore. So far, the naming structure seems great. Masterful techniques, ultimate honor.
I'm a fan.
All right. So Code of Honor. Here is our first level ability. Upon taking your first steps as a samurai, you adopt a guiding code. Choose one of the following. Okay. Code of Bushido. You embody righteousness, courage, benevolence, respect, sincerity, honor, and loyalty. You have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. You gain a +1 bonus to persuasion checks.
That's really interesting. You don't see people just getting a flat +1 bonus to things.
I love that.
Like,
okay.
Passively. Like that is kind of cool.
I'm trying to think of like, what do I know of like the Bushido code? Does persuasion make sense for someone who follows the Bushido code? If you were to give them a +1 bonus to something, would persuasion make sense? It's been a long time since I used to know it. It's like.
So I would say it could. I'll say a lot of the stuff in the Bushido code to me, yes, there's a lot of how you interact with like your society, but I feel like a lot of it is more self-focused rather than externally, like how I interact with others. So like obviously like you better yourself, like you're gonna learn how to persuade people better, you're gonna learn how to have insight with people better. So I feel like personally, just a quick little look at a quick little refresh of some of these like little snippets that I'm getting from the articles. I would almost say this one could give you a permanent +1 to your AC. Like that's what I'm getting more than a persuasion check. Advantage on saving those against being frightened and a +1 to your AC is way more feeling, because it's the way of the warrior. The Bushido code is the way of the warrior. I just feel like that just feels better. Just a permanent, I'm just going to just be better at fighting. I'm going to be better at surviving in a fight. Like that just sounds right. Sounds better than persuasion, because persuasion, you're not really intimidating, but you're also, as the way of the warrior, you're not meant to talk your way out of things. You're meant to end fights others started, right? So I feel like the AC gets you to be the ending, like deciding factor. So not to read ahead, but because of the very last line of this section, I'm okay with what you just said.
Cool. All right. So that's my first instinct, but let's look at the other ones to see how else they feel. Because I only try to briefly skim just to make sure there wasn't another one that already did that. All right. So Code of the Unyielding Storm. That's a cool one. You emphasize strength, resilience, and duty. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to your wisdom modifier plus half your samurai level. Effect doesn't stack on multiple creatures. That's dope. That's awesome, though. Just the idea, it's kind of like also like in Ghost of Tsushima, when you challenge like a group of people and you go through one perfectly, and then you can go through the other perfectly, and then you can go through the other one, but then you're done with it. that kind of gives me this. That's dope. I the unyielding storm, like you take an enemy down and you get it.
So
it's great. It's situational, but it's still fine. It's just
I probably wouldn't put it here, but something I would love to see is when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you get like an additional free attack this turn.
yeah, right. Like the jump attack, right? Like
that effect can trigger multiple times. So like imagine there was a bunch of
like minions, and you just ding, 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 ding.
Like imagine,
actually no, I would cap it at either your
number of times.
I would cap it at either your proficiency bonus or your half your level.
Wisdom bonus or something like that.
But what about half your level? Because then you could do up to 10 at level 20. That would be dope. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to make it really scale.
That would be like half your. I kind of like half your level better.
Half your level, because at that point, like, because at first you're only gonna be able to do it once for a while, but once you get to level 5, 1, 2, level 6, 1, 2, 3, level 10, 5, like, come on, man, half your level. Okay, so I don't mind this. I don't mind the temporary hit points. I just feel like it's going to lose its value over time, and if I'm a min-maxer looking at this, that's not gonna go well after 8th level. Like, how often am I going to be taking down, and then how often is I'm going to be taking down someone in the middle of a fight that's going to be worth hit points? Now, wisdom modifier plus half my samurai level, so at best I'm getting 15 at my height of my gameplay. This is only giving me 15 temp HP. That's never going to be enough. 15 temp HP at a level 20 battle. I don't think anybody who thinks past level 10 would take this. Now, granted, the extra attack, as long as the person's within 5 feet, so you can't move. You know what I mean? I would agree with that. Or you can move up to 5 feet to attack another target, and then that one stacks up to half your level. I would agree with that. Sounds better. The unyielding storm, because it's just, you're unyielding, right? You take someone down, you go again, and you take someone down, and you go again. But I get the idea. I get the idea of wanting to keep you up in the battle. I don't think that keeping you up in the battle is equivalent to taking someone down, right? Because with temp HP, there's just never enough on the table to justify that over being able to do more damage or do another attack. So again, I don't think it's bad at early levels, but I can see that particular option losing value over time. Because at what level would you not like? At what level or does the combat get to the point to where killing someone is either the end of the battle or there's only one enemy left?
Forget the wisdom modifier. What if it was 5 times half your level?
I would just say twice your level at that point, personally. Like, twice your level even would be pretty good.
So you think twice your level?
Because that's, well, I mean, 20 hit points, 30 hit points, and 40 hit points, maybe.
2 hit points is
or 3 times your level
really
could be
lame for a really long period of time.
Well, so if you think about 3 times your current level, that would be 15 at level 5, which is nothing to sneeze at. That would be 30 at level 10, and then 60 at level 20. So no, 3 times your current level. So that's 15 at level 5. That's 3 at level 1. And 3 points at level 1 is half your hit points. So, well, nearly half your hit points. That's a third of your hit points when you're at a D10. So I wouldn't mind that, honestly. Like, if you get them down to 0 and you get 3 times your level and hit points back, and then it does stack. At that point, it does stack. Because that I wouldn't care.
Stack.
Well, because right now it doesn't stack because it's temp HP. But this one says it doesn't stack on multiple creatures. I would say if you gave them 3 times your current level in HP, it does stack. So it means that if I kill 2 creatures, well, this, as it reads, if I kill 2 creatures, I only get 1 bonus of temp HP, right? As it reads. But if I take out a creature
in 5th edition, temporary hit points replace any other instance of temporary hit points, period.
Yeah.
So if you trigger a new instance of getting temporary hit points for whatever the reason,
But what if I
old temporary hit points are
but
gone?
what this is saying is it's when you but what this is saying is when you reduce a creature to 0, you get it. What if I reduce 2 creatures to 0 at the same time? I don't get 2 instances of temp HP. It doesn't stack. I don't get that twice because it was 2 creatures. It's only 1 instance no matter how many creatures die at once. So if we go to but if you go to our option, so like let's say I cast Fireball and I killed 3.
Fireball? Okay.
Yeah. So this just says when you reduce a creature, you get the temp HP. It doesn't matter how many creatures you kill. It only matters that you get it once. But so if you and I...
That's an interesting point. Because of what we're talking about here, I think that this should say with a weapon attack.
I agree. I think it should be your primary attack or with a weapon attack. I feel like it should be based on your character.
I don't think, unless you have something like Cleave where you can attack 2 people at once and then
yeah,
stack.
And this is why I think like that's why I don't mind the multiplier on your hit points, because if you do 3 times your hit points, you can remove that and just say it doesn't matter. If you kill him, you get the hit points. It doesn't matter. You're just now. Granted, that is a little bit weird for a samurai to just like stack hit points because they're killing, but I don't know. Like I just don't think that temp HP is strong enough for something I have to choose now. I just don't think it's going to last long enough. But also a free way to farm HP is also a little bit broken. So, you know,
but I can also imagine that this isn't supposed to be like the core of the class. This is supposed to be like a passive feature that you just get.
Yeah.
That you can choose to like.
Okay, you know what would be interesting? I think what would be more beneficial. Okay. What would be more beneficial? Code of the Unyielding Storm. There's 2 levels to this. So low level, high level. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you either regain a bonus action, and if you still have your bonus action, a reaction, or you gain an action. You regain your action this round. So I spend my action to attack, I reduce him to 0 hit points. I now have my action back. I am an Unyielding Storm. As long as I'm killing, I get to keep acting. Now, if you wanted to feel, if that was too strong, you say a bonus action, and if you already have your bonus action, a reaction. But that would be amazing if I could kill, because if I'm standing a 1-on-1 and I use my only attack and he goes down, but I haven't used my move yet and I get my attack back, I can now move and go take someone else out. And if I take them out, I can now continue to move and take someone else out. And it only counts as long as I'm killing, but I'm only gaining an attack action. And what if I wanted to use that attack action for something else?
That's why I liked the version that we talked about earlier, was just like whenever you just get a free attack. And I would even totally say you could move 10 feet and you can immediately move 10 feet and make another attack. And I like that idea of you don't get to do anything else. Like if you want to trigger this, if you want to use this, the next thing you have to do is move at most 10 feet and make that other attack. Like that's
okay. Yeah, so, I like something along those lines. I wouldn't mind regardless of how you want to word it. I think you're right. I think it would work better to focus it on another attack. But I do think there's some merit in giving them the whole action back. But that would definitely be a min-maxer's dream. Because being able to get a whole action versus a specified, it has to be an attack.
Because that attack action means 2 attacks every single
Exactly.
time.
Yeah, but if you get just a whole action, like anything that takes an action, if you become a spellcaster, you could attack, kill, and then cast a spell. Versus in your version, it's only attack, move, attack. So again, like I love the idea that we can expand on this, but I think this is the direction it should go more than the temp HP. I just feel the temp HP won't scale, but I think I like yours for 5th edition more, which is if you reduce a creature's hit points to 0, you can, how about when you reduce a creature's hit points to 0, you gain 10 feet of movement and you can use it because what if you still have movement, right? I'd still want you to be able to use that movement on your turn. But if you were out of movement, I guess what you said is better. It's you even had the verbiage that says you can move up to 10 feet to attack another target.
Yes, and immediately attack another target, because that to me like plays into this this mentality of the unyielding storm. It's like I'm constantly moving. I'm constant. Like if I doing all this stuff, I reduce you to 0 hit points, and I stop and I drink a potion, and then I keep going doing stuff. Like it doesn't feel like I'm this Tasmanian devil storm that's just coming through like wrecking everybody. But if I take you down and then I immediately go and take somebody else down, and then I immediately go and I take somebody else down, and I immediately go and I take somebody else down, like that makes me feel like I am just this rushing storm of destruction rolling through the battlefield.
Yeah,
And
and that's the thing is, yeah, I I get the idea of like I feel like I understand the idea of like as you're taking them down, like the adrenaline's just constantly pumping through you. But yeah, I'm just having a hard time feeling like unless the battle's geared towards a bunch of smaller enemies, it would be harder to benefit from it.
And I think that's part of the balance is like you don't want to be going through like the beefiest of people, like unless you can like run through and one shot these people. But like you got to think this is something that can be triggered every single turn. Like okay, I only take this guy down on this turn and I only get to do my extra attack once. The next time that I take somebody down, I get to do another one. The next time I take somebody down, I get to do another one. So it's
Yeah.
like I'm adding to my overall action economy and damage output on a regular basis. And then the few times that I do have a bunch of little minions that I can one shot over and over and over again, then I look like the ultimate badass.
Yeah, because you're just going to.
Like
At that point, you can put the cap on it of half your level or proficiency modifier if you really wanted to. Because I mean, if you do throw them 100 minions and they're allowed to just keep going through them, I mean, fuck it, that's it. So yeah, so that's my hot take on the unyielding storm. I do think that the idea of continuously pushing through it every kill feels more unyielding than I got some temp HP, so I'll hold on just a little bit longer. Especially just because again, that's half damage for most attacks after 10th level. So it just doesn't feel like it's as beneficial.
Sure.
All right, and then we have the last one, which is the code of the Silent Lotus. You value insight, restraint, and personal perfection. You have advantage on insight checks. Okay. You can choose to have your weapons damage before rolling. I love that feature. I love when you don't know what you're gonna adjust, because it's like you're pulling your punch. You don't know if that attacks, you know that it's gonna be a good attack, but you really don't know how much damage you could potentially do. But you're gonna pull it anyway, right? You don't pull it after you. So you have advantage on insight checks. You can have your weapons damage before rolling to gain advantage on your next attack against the same target before the end of your next turn. So
interesting.
You have damage to basically make sure your next attack does regular damage.
I understand, I think, the idea that you're going for. I love the idea of doing X to give yourself advantage on your next attack against the same target. Like it almost feels like what do you call it? Relentless.
You know what this gives me ideas for is, you know how again we keep talking about Ghost of Tsushima. You talking about Reckless Attack?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, with the barbarians.
Yeah. So in Ghost of Tsushima, this almost reminds me, because the idea of like giving something up to get advantage. What if instead of doing half damage, because you still have to roll to attack, you still have to hit, and then you have to decide to do half damage just to make sure you can hit to do regular damage. But if I already hit, I was already going to do damage. So why would I take half damage to just do full damage later? You know what I mean? Like it almost doesn't seem to work the math. But what if
still miss with advantage?
And what if you know you're up against an enemy that's just difficult to hit, right? And this is where you'd want the advantage. What if you could, instead of attacking one round, you could spend the action to quote unquote engage the enemy? kind of like in Ghost of Tsushima, you can like challenge them. And that's where you put your sword and you just sit there and stare at them and like they don't know what you're about to do. But it's in such a way that they get disadvantage on it, like kind of like Hunter's Mark or whatever. They can't attack somebody else. Like you use your attack action to not attack them, but to basically get them focused on you and no, they can't attack anyone else. So then the next round you have an advantage because it's that you're holding the blade, you're staring them down, and they're like looking at you like, what are you about to do? They get focused, and then the next round, it's just that it's that advantage of the Silent Lotus is the quick strike that they don't see coming.
So in my and I still haven't decided whether I'm pretty sure I'm putting this in the base class, but one of the things that I'm adding for Samurai is stances. So
yeah,
you could use your action to go into different stances. I don't know if have you ever played Soul Calibur? And if you know who the character Mitsurugi is, he's basically their samurai character. Like they have other ones like Yoshimitsu, but he's not the same. Their classic samurai is Yoshimitsu, or not Yoshimitsu, is Mitsurugi. And he's got these different stances that he can be in. Like when you're watching Star Wars and you see him get into these different stances, it's basically like that. The blade up, you get the blade forward, you get the hand, like all these different things, and they all serve different purposes, and you do different things in these different stances. And one of them is basically going to be exactly that. It's like where I engage with a particular target, and it's almost like compelled duel, but it's like you're not getting past me type deal. It's like I'm not here to attack you, I'm here to stop you. Right? There's this one episode of Star Trek where the android keeps losing in this chess match basically to this other dude that's really smart. And the last time he plays him, he doesn't play to win, he plays to stalemate. He just plays to stop them. And that game literally goes on to infinity until the other guy quits. And that was the only way he was able to beat him. That's kind of the mentality here. It's like, hey, I'm coming out here and I'm trying to protect my people. I'm trying to stop my people. You think you're going to go over here? No. You think you're going to go over there? No. I'm sticking with you to like stop you, to keep you engaged. I totally love that mentality. I think that's great.
Yeah. So, and that's where my thing is like, I love the idea of wanting to gain advantage, but if I've already hit the creature, meaning I can hit them and I'm already going to do full damage, why would I cut that in half just to do full damage next round? It has to be more like, if I do this, like I wouldn't mind it. If I do this, if I get advantage and then can crit on an 18, maybe, right? Like it has to be more because I'm giving up half damage to a guaranteed hit. I already hit them. Why would I give that up just to make sure I hit them next round? But if I have to give up a full attack because I know this creature's hard to hit, I know their AC is very difficult, so I give up this attack to basically stack it on my next one, sounds better. Like it sounds more like versatile.
And if I were going to implement it, what I would probably do is instead of having the weapons damage before I roll, I would say, so very similar to what's it called? Reckless attack. I choose it at the beginning, or like from the moment that I choose it, it applies to every attack after it until the start of my next turn or something like that. So even like reaction, like opportunity attacks, but it's all of my attacks. I do not roll for damage. I do flat damage, and it's the average damage.
Interesting.
Including I cannot crit.
You know
that I'm taking because of what I'm doing. The only thing I can do is I can do average damage, but I get advantage on all my attacks. So I got to do that average damage over time.
I got an idea. What if Code of the Silent Lotus? On your turn, instead of doing damage, you like basically you take your stance, you get in position, you take, the position of the Silent Lotus, whatever, right? What if in this particular case, instead of doing your attack, it's essentially a hold attack? So you just don't do your attack, but you activate this ability. And the next time you're attacked, you not only get a +2 to your AC, but then you get to counterattack with advantage. So instead of attacking, you just sit there holding your blade. And if someone attacks you before your next turn, not only do you have increased AC, because it's like you're going to unleash and like block their attack, like in Ghost of Tsushima, you come up, block their attack, and then you strike them. But that strike is your counterattack, which gives you the advantage. So it's a defensive maneuver.
It's like a retaliatory dodge action.
Yes, but I like it because if I'm going to give up an attack, I want more than just guaranteeing an attack later. This would give me more AC, which means I might not take damage at all. But then I get to use my attack during their turn, which they're not expecting, and I get advantage on it. Meaning I'm more likely to hit them, right? Because I don't want it to just be like a straight guaranteed. I love this idea that it's like I get 2+2 to AC, but I also get to counterattack with advantage. I just feel like that would be kind of cool because being able to prevent damage is worth not taking an attack action this turn. And what if we know that the enemy's about to come here? I can take this before they cover distance instead of me having to move. You know, if I'm in a good position, if I'm maybe up high, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much tactical advantage to giving up your attack to have a bonus. And you can even write in the thing, if you take this action, you can't move this round. Or you can't move after taking this action, right? So you have to move first. But the idea is it's that, like you were talking about, it's that defensive stance. But the Silent Lotus is you're just sitting there and they think that you're helpless. And then when they go to attack, that's when you just get in there, you block their attack, you strike them. I don't know. I want a little bit more if I'm going to give up a whole attack or if I'm going to give up damage, right? If I want an advantage on my next attack, I feel like the exchange needs to be more encompassing because, again, half damage for regular damage, where's the math? Because that means I hit him twice.
I'll say giving up damage feels counterintuitive. Like, if the whole purpose is for me to output more damage, i.e. hit you more, right? Then why am I sacrificing damage? Like, I want to sacrifice, like the barbarian, you're sacrificing an opportunity of getting hit to output more damage. Like, I'm willing to take more damage in order to do more damage. Like, I like that trade-off because I'm still able to feel like I'm providing value. If I'm removing some of the value that I'm providing, then I feel like that hurts my desire to want to interact with that particular one. But
and you can even like, honestly, if you wanted to extend this to make sure that it works for all three of the classes, all three of the subclasses, say that Code of the Silent Lotus, you get the insight, the restraint, because the restraint, right? It's the restraint part. It's the not attacking part. It's the holding reserve and being perfect, right? Kind of like, again, Ghost of Tsushima, you wait for their attack at the right moment to deflect and then attack them, right? So instead of you have the advantage on insight checks, but instead of the half damage, you hold your attack, and you could even extend it to if you or an ally is attacked within 5 feet of you, you can add to a 2 AC. Like, either you get 2 AC or you defend and give them like a 2 AC, but then you all like the counterattack. So it could also be used like the Polar Master, kind of like with Sentinel. If you wanted to, you could make the language say you or an ally within 5 feet get attacked. Before your next turn, you can activate this ability. So you can be a defender with it. So it's basically like you jumping in the way. So if you're sitting there holding your blade and your buddy to your right gets attacked, you just sidestep in front of them with your blade out, block, and then do your, advantage attack. So you're giving them the +2 AC because they could still get hit. But you know what I mean? Like, there's ways that you could word it if you wanted it to fulfill, because then you could do it with the archer. The archer could also have like a way to like, again, you word it as they shoot the arrow to get the weapon out of their hand, like they shoot their hand, right? So that's why they get the attack. That's why they get the +2 to AC. You can describe it for all three subclasses if you extended it to an ally. But I don't know how crazy, because this is a first level ability. But I feel like if I'm gonna give up something, I'm willing to give up a full action if what I get in return is the chance not to get damaged and a better chance to hit them. But it has to be a good relationship. If I'm gonna swing and I've already hit them, why would I decrease that damage if I'm not getting more damage next time? Because all that's doing right now is giving me almost guaranteed damage, but I already hit him. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I fail to see where the math works in my favor, but I love this idea of gaining advantage somehow. So, Hecate, I'll check chat here, see if we have any feedback from Hecate. I know we just gave quite a bit there. I will say it's a really good sword fighter because of these techniques. That would make a little bit of sense. So So the code for the Silent Lotus is not about aggressive first hits. It's about restraining yourself for the and following the tenet. When my sword chose this one, he chose the tenet of mercy, which worked perfectly. Okay, so we haven't seen how these work with like how the tenets and how other stuff work. But again, that's we can only know what we've read so far. So I like these. I do think they could be stronger. I know that they're first level, but again, with what I'm giving up and what I'm gaining, I would just say that right now Kota Bushido is probably the best one because of Frightened, mainly because of Frightened. And honestly, yeah, long term wise, Code of the Silent Lotus, even as is. Well, no, again, I just don't know when I would use it. So right now, I'd probably only choose Code of the Bushido until we learn more.
Sure.
But I do like
about this last line here.
I was just about to get to that. So what you had pointed out, violating your code may temporarily suspend its benefits at the GM's discretion until you atone. I think that is a lost mechanic. I don't feel like those kind of punishments are enough. I mean, we even turned oath-breaking paladins into something desirable. Like, there are no plenty of people
just to break your oath.
Yeah, so it's like there's all these things where there are no more punishments for players. So I'm 100%. I agree with this. I absolutely like honestly a dumb one, but I think if you have an item attuned to you, if you were attuned to a magical item and that magical item gets destroyed, I think your attunement slot should also be destroyed. Personally, but that's just like one of those things where it's a rarity, but no one talks about the punishments. So I agree with this. I 100% agree with this. I hope there's an atonement list.
With it in practice, but specifically, if you're handing this to a DM, what code? Like, you can look up the Bushido code, but is there a code that I can Google to tell me what the Unyielding Storm code is?
I think it's what it says. So it's the emphasis, right? So with Bushido, you're righteous, courage, benevolent, respectful, sincere, honest, loyal. If you're the Unyielding Storm, you are strong, resilient. You are attached to duty, right? If you're the Silent Lotus, you are about restraint and personal perfection. So I think it's more of a loose description of what your background is and how you're going to play your character. So if your DM says, "Why are you choosing Lotus?" and you're like, "Well, I used to have a problem with anger, so now I'm all about peace and I'm all about resolve. I will finish a fight, but I will never be the first to throw a punch." So if all of a sudden you're in a bar and some guy starts talking smack and you hit him over the head with a chair, you lose you temporarily suspend your code because you did not hold yourself back.
This is kind of like NEN contracts where if you betray yourself, or kind of like
it's almost like an oath. It's their own oath. The code of honor is very similar to an oath. It's the idea that if you don't embody this, you can even say, like in the verbiage in the lore, that if you fail to embody it, it's not like a magical loss, it is a personal loss. You as a samurai are no longer confident in yourself because you failed, right? You're distracted. And until you atone and feel good about yourself, kind of like with Spider-Man, right? They did that whole thing in Spider-Man. If you lose confidence in yourself, your abilities start to wane. And it's not until you realize that you are the righteous person that you get your blade back. I could easily see there being a role-playable lore of why you lost your mojo, right? And, it's very fantasy-like. I think it's very fantasy. I don't think you need a magical constitute, but I would like to see two things. I agree with you. I would like to see a little bit more understanding about what these ethos are that you have to follow and how those break, or whether or not those are directly from the GM, because you and your player should figure that out, early. But I'd also like to see what accounts for atonement, because like you were saying, I don't mind it, but especially with 5th edition, you can't let it go too long. Like in 2nd edition, that could just be for the rest of your life if you weren't careful, right? That's just how the game rolled. But in 5th edition, you've got to have a way to do this within like 2-3 gaming sessions max. Like you can't let them go more than 2-3 combats without their abilities. I think at that point, that's where you would argue removing player agency comes into play.
Their abilities are small enough that it's not something like build breaking to not have this, right? Fair. And that's kind of what I appreciate about this is this is like a small bonus that you get for just being a a samurai, for just choosing this class. Not necessarily everybody else gets bonuses like this. So, like, for you, if you want to, what do you call it? Like, if you want to do this in a different way, like, that's fine. But like, if you're missing out on this, it's not like for a warlock. If you break your pact, like, you have nothing. You have no power.
Yeah.
You just cannot function, as your magic is gone because the person giving it to you stopped giving it to you. This is less of, oh, I don't know how to wield a sword anymore. This is just more of, oh, I don't get that plus to my insight check, or I don't
Yeah.
get that plus to my
No, you're right. It's not game breaking, but it would be nice to know this more specifics on how to get it back and how long it can be gone for,
Sure.
and how long the DM's expected to make it last. Right? You don't want to derail the whole campaign, but you want them to be able to do it within their gameplay. So it's cool. I love it. I'm 100% on board though with being able to lose it. And I'll even go one step further. I personally would think it would be awesome if either later in the main class or in subclasses, there were specific abilities that called to this and said, if you currently violated your oath or your code, you can't perform this ability. So if there was a tie-in later on to say, if you've broken your code, it actually has a fallout effect. So it's not just this base ability, but if you also lost the ability to do something specific to your subclass because of it, that might make me even feel more better. Nothing big, like you said, nothing game breaking, but just something that calls back to, it's not just the very, because this is just the very first ability you get. And you're right, most people wouldn't mind losing the one and only thing they got at level 1. But if it had a knock-on effect to linking to other things later, that would be kind of cool. I think that would be pretty fire. So,
great.
But yeah, I'm on board with that. I think it's cool being able to take. I think players need more.
Players need more punishments.
You can quote me. All right. So also at first level we get tenets. You choose a guiding principle: mercy, courage, or purity. That shapes your samurai's action and grants unique benefits or bonuses when you uphold it. So, tenet of mercy: showing mercy to a defeated foe or sparing a life when you could end it grants you inner peace. Each time you do so at the DM's discretion, you gain 1 expended resolve point. So, I am totally not against this. I would just personally reword it. Showing mercy to a defeated foe or sparing a life grants you inner peace. Each time you perform a non-lethal attack and bring the enemy to 0, or whenever you end a combat with non-lethal means, you gain a resolve point. I don't even think that needs to be on DM discretion. I think if it's just tied in that you can end it with non-lethal means, you have the ability to non-lethal attack. You can bring something down to 0 without killing it. It would just go unconscious. That would be, I love this. I love the tenet of mercy. I just think the wording could be easier and just say, whenever you end combat or whenever you end an encounter or whenever you use a non-lethal, I wouldn't even mind. Well, yeah, because you wouldn't want every time, because in every attack would just be non-lethal. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't mind if this is just non-lethal attack. And because I think it's also a good time to remind people that non-lethal attack exists. And this would be a great class to represent that.
I haven't thought about it until now. Why can a non-lethal attack do just as much damage as a lethal attack?
Well, why do they do the same amount?
Because theoretically, all you're saying is, I'm doing the exact same attack. I just want it to not kill them. I just want it to knock them out.
That goes back to why that HP isn't all about damage. Like, it's the difference between I'm going to stab him versus I'm going to punch him with the hilt of my sword. I'm going to do the same effect. I'm going to take him out of the battle, but I'm not going to do something that's going to cause him to bleed out.
I think that intentionally trying to, air quotes, hold back should theoretically reduce the damage that's done.
I see what you mean. I disagree because it's kind of like in kickbox. It's like, in kickboxing where if you keep kicking the thigh, you can take someone out of the battle without actually knocking them out. Like, you just keep kicking them right in that same thigh. They're just not going to be able to stand after a while. to me, that's non-lethal because it will take the same amount of strength and attack. It's just a completely different way to use your attack. So that's why I don't mind it, because if you know how to be in battle, you know that taking them out. I mean, like even in battle, like when you look at boxers, some guys go for tiring the other person out. So they're not using all of their strength, but they are jabbing him a lot. But they're doing as much damage as the big guy. It's just in a different way. So I'm okay with them being the same because remember,
I wouldn't say it's as much damage as the big guy. I would say
over the same amount of time.
Very much what you're saying. Like they're using their abilities in a different way to do things differently. But it's like if I'm tagging you in the leg, there is much less of a chance that I'm going to be able to do something like button. And not
but also consider this non-lethal damage, like realistically, even I would say more rules as implied instead of rules as written, but non-lethal damage really only applies to the final hit. Like you never should have to call non-lethal damage unless it's going to result in 0 HP, to be completely honest.
That's the question, is like you never theoretically know when the final hit's coming. Unless your DM's being like, yeah, he's about to die, or
well, exactly.
HP, like you're never knowing when that's going to happen. So either you're saying, hey, this creature that I'm fighting, I'm intending to take him down with non-lethal damage, and you're just fighting this creature knowing that, or you are making that decision ad hoc.
I mean, I do see what you're saying. I mean, someone's going to take longer to go down like willingly via punches than stabs. Like if I'm stabbing someone versus punching them, they're probably going to take more punches than stabs if I'm trying to get them to give up. So I see what you're saying is that, yeah, there is definitely a mechanic that's missing there, because while it could take longer, the other person in the fight should also be able to recognize the difference in threat. And that's also why, personally, for me, I'm trying to gear High Point more towards it's expected that you're not trying to kill. Like, fighting to the death is very rare. You know what I mean? Like the idea of like random encounters aren't meant to always be to the death in High Point. That's what I'm trying to get to. And so sure. I like the idea that if the point is always we're not fighting to the death, and when someone finally decides, okay, I'm fighting to the death, I like the idea that there's a mechanic where it's like, oh, you've escalated this fight. Like now the enemy realizes their life is up. Like, you know what I mean? It's the difference between going into a boxing match, but then someone throwing the gloves off and saying, no, we're just going no holds bar. Like, oh, it's a escalation that I think deserves its own mechanic.
To that same note, and tell me how you feel about this. I kind of feel like there should be, say if I want to take somebody out with non-lethal damage, right? As you said a moment ago, the idea of taking somebody out or to 0 hit points is not necessarily just health, but it's their willingness to continue fighting.
Yeah.
What if there is somebody that won't stop fighting until they're dead?
Then you can't. Then you have to knock them out. But that's where when you say non-lethal, it's assumed they're knocked out. You go until they're unconscious, and again, the final blow is not. It's usually meant for like, banging them over the head, not rumming them through. So you're absolutely right. There needs to be a more refined mechanic. I work it as it's the same amount of damage because it's also just easier to run the combat that way. But you're absolutely right. Sure. Technically speaking, you can make an argument that if the entire fight's going for non-lethal, it should take more. But then you'd have to have a whole different. I think you'd have to have. Well, I guess realistically though, maybe you'd have to then decide like. Okay, here's the way to do that. Here's the way you solve that problem, because it's already built into the game. Only certain weapons can deal non-lethal damage, or each weapon has to have a non-lethal weapon variant. Because if I have a dagger, the only non-lethal part of the dagger is the butt of the hilt, right? Yeah. So a dagger, you could technically just make a thing where my dagger does 1d6 piercing, slashing, and 1d4 bludgeoning, or 1d4 bludgeoning if I'm using the non-lethal version. And if you did that, if you had a mechanic that basically just said every weapon has a one die lower, yeah. So if your weapon does a d6, it now does a d4 non-lethal. If it's a d10, it does a d8 non-lethal. If you just had that simple mechanic in your world where If you decide non-lethal, all attacks go down by 1 die point. The battle will take longer, but everyone realizes you were not there to kill. You were there to stop. That could be a huge mechanic that's so simple.
I think that would make this a lot more,
Yeah.
a lot better of a trade-off, because right now, imagine that scenario we were talking about earlier where you dash between enemies, just taking a whole bunch of them out, right? I'm just getting like 20 resolve points back doing that little dash dagger, or that dash, but and so I understand why they put DM's discretion.
Yeah.
But if if you specifically said, like, okay, I'm doing significantly less damage every single time I'm doing these attacks, so it's less likely that I'm gonna pinging back and forth and doing all that stuff, I'd be way more okay with, like, all right, every single time you take somebody down. Because what if you are fighting a bunch of minions and you have 5 minions in front of you? Do I just get 5 resolve points back? Like, I theoretically could have infinite number of resolve points. I mean, not infinite, but like you could never run out in any battle. So, and that makes your resources less, I don't want to say less valuable, but like less scarce. Like when you have a stupid amount of them, you're just going to use them like you don't care. Cantrips, you're going to use those all day long. But
So yeah,
you hold on to your spell slots.
Yeah, so even if they're like showing, it would be interesting. I think there does need to be a mercy, or a like D&D itself needs that mechanic, and I might actually add that to high point. I might just add that as my general non-lethal mechanic, which is well, because it's like, yeah, the die lower until because again, all combat is not meant to go to death, but all weapons are meant to kill, right? So if I just do that where you reduce the die out, and again to a minimum, like a D4, you can't really reduce that, so it's minimum D4.
Like
but
there's already a D4, so would it be like a D4?
D4 -1, like -1 or something. It would still do a minimum. But you would also
proficiency, but although I don't know if you do that in second edition or not. But.
Yeah, and it would be another easy thing to do as well is just say it doesn't apply to unarmed attacks, because unarmed attacks are already bludgeoning, non-lethal technically. Like you could kill someone with your fists, but I feel like that's already implied that they're non-lethal. So if I punch someone, I don't have to imply that it's a non-lethal punch. Like. Sure. Once they're down to a stage, like I don't think that when someone goes down to 0 hit points from a punch, anyone assumes they're dead. I think it's just implied that that's a knockout. So that would be a great mechanic. But yeah, either way though, going back to Hecate's Tenet of Mercy, I love this concept. Showing mercy, I think, is a great way to remind people that death is a choice. I think this could easily be rewritten to just say non-lethal attack. And I know that what we just talked about is a lot more, but for 5th edition purposes, just a non-lethal final blow.
I agree. I think that would fit perfectly here. Do you think that this one could combo with Unyielding Storm? Because it's written, I feel like it can.
0 hit points. Yep, does not say kill. It says 0 hit points. So 100% those would combine. The non-lethal blow still goes to 0 hit points. It just doesn't kill them. So I 100% believe.
Combo.
Yeah. You could still do the thing where you take out a bunch of minions, but you're showing resolve because you're not. Now, granted, that's where the DM's discretion. Maybe you only get 1 per round, so it doesn't matter how many people you take out. You still get 1 resolve point per round because you showed mercy.
I do like that.
So actually, you could just do that.
Genuinely, I think that should be built in.
So each time you do so, you can gain up to 1 resolve point per round. Just put that in instead of
once per round. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but Tenet of Mercy, I mean that's such a great concept. But moving on, we have so much more to go. So Tenet of Courage. Protecting the weak or facing overwhelming odds steals your resolve. If you stand between an ally and a threat or fight while outnumbered, you gain a +1 to your AC until the start of your next turn once per short or long rest. Interesting.
So the fact that this is so limited and the other one feels unlimited feels a little out of balance to me. Being able to do this only once per short or long rest versus the other one can happen every combat, every turn, theoretically. I feel like because again, I'm trying to understand how these are supposed to be balanced with everything else that you're getting. So if they're supposed to be small things that you use every once in a while, That's great. Then make the Tenet of Mercy also something you can use, like you can activate it for a minute once per short or long rest, right? You can activate the Tenet of Mercy where you get your resolve point back after showing mercy, but you can only have that activation during one combat, right? Instead of every combat, right? Um
I mean, honestly,
and
I don't even know why this one needs a refresh. Like, it's literally only when you're outnumbered, like when you have and I'm assuming that you could even put in the outnumbered, meaning you have more than one enemy actively attacking you, not just you're standing next to, because there's so many times you can stand next to two enemies, that's not being outnumbered. But if you have more than two enemies, if you have more than one enemy actively attacking you, and that could be an archer, that could mean if you've been targeted by more than one enemy, then you're being outnumbered. Or if you were actively fighting an enemy in, like in between you and an ally, I totally agree that those two situations are fine to get in +1 AC just always, like, because those are situational. Now granted, they're great, they are easy to abuse, but realistically that's also a team requirement. You either have to let the team let you get overrun, or the team has to be close enough to let you get in between them. So there's still a team aspect. I don't mind if that was just a flat whenever you are directly defending someone, or whether you were directly facing off. And if you thought that was too easy, 2 or more, or 3 or more, like you have to have at least a minimum amount of people, right? 2 or 3 attacking you for this to activate. But I don't know why it needs a refresh. I just like the idea that it just happens, because that sounds great.
I will say I agree. It sounds great. I would need some more direct clarification, being like, for mechanic reasons, I don't mind adjacency. I don't mind being threatened, because if I am susceptible to an attack of opportunity from you, I consider that you're engaged with me, right? I consider that I'm fighting from you. So like, even if you attacked somebody else last turn, but if I run away from you, you still have the chance to give me an attack of opportunity, then I'm threatened by you, right?
Gotcha.
Then I'm engaged by you, right? So if so I wouldn't mind it saying, um first of all, I'll have to chew on it for a hot second, but I if your adjacency, if you have 2 or more enemies adjacent to you and no allies present, or if see the interceding between an ally just makes it feel like all I have to do is have pack tactics. Just have another ally adjacent to, and then
No, but it's not. But see, that's why I think that the positioning matters. It has to be between the two, not adjacent to. So you can't have a buddy to your right and an enemy in front of you. Your buddy would have to be behind you, and you and the enemy in front of you only.
the question is, how do you get in that position? And because if I'm fighting somebody and one of my allies just runs up and stands behind me, does that count?
Well, I mean, that's where again, that's where I say it is abusable, but that also requires team coordination. Which, when it comes to tactics, like, that's kind of what I would prefer to encourage that over the individual being able to abuse
What
it.
that looks like. So
Yeah.
it's got to be clear what that looks like. So if I'm saying that in order for me to be in between an enemy and an ally, like I'm basically interjecting myself, trying to protect them. There is an
Yeah.
ability where you can do that. I think it says a paladin or something like that, where basically
You can switch
I'm
places.
standing, not switch places, but I can like use my shield to give an attacker disadvantage when they're attacking my ally if I'm adjacent to
Yeah.
that ally, right? And so like I would say that either you have to like have an activated ability that says I'm going to use either my action or my bonus action or some sort of resource to intercede in this combat that's occurring with my ally and an enemy, saying I'm going to give this attacker disadvantage, or I'm going to give my ally a +1 to their AC because of the help that I'm giving them, or something like that. If I have that going on, that counts as me.
So what if Tenet of Courage then? So what if we dropped the need for the ally? What if Tenet of Courage was um only one of two situations can trigger it? Either you are directly adjacent to 3 or more enemies, or have actively taken damage by 2 or more enemies in the last round. Like since your last turn, because then you're technically outnumbered. That could and that includes someone being ranged. But the idea being that whenever you are in those situations, you activate this plus to AC, and it's just always there. Meaning that you only get it in the most dire situations that you have to put yourself into or get caught up in. But it doesn't have to require an ally, and it still benefits the basic concepts of being outnumbered and being courageous, because you're the one taking the fire. You're the one actively in the fray of all these enemies. So it's not a huge bonus, but it's that perfect blend of putting yourself right in the shitstorm, but getting the bonus that kind of does make it not that bad. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a good blend.
So again, a topic for another day, but I kind of think there should be similar to attacks of opportunity. I think there should be a mechanic for players to use their reaction to basically, if I'm adjacent to an ally that's about to get hit, I can just get in the way of the attack.
Okay, I think that should be a feat. I personally would think that should be a feat, but I do like it. I do think that there should be more opportunities for you to literally interrupt a battle that's going on. And not just stand next to your ally.
The way that this is worded at the end, I would say that either, because I like the idea of being threatened by 2 or more. Like I'm debating on 3, like needing the 3.
I'm just throwing out a way to make sure that it's balanced, because 2 enemies or more is pretty easy. Like getting next to 2 enemies is usually pretty easy. 3 is really when it gets dicey.
And again, this is a level 1 thing. It's another +1 to your AC, so I would be more okay with 3, especially out the gate. Because I mean, I would like it if it scaled as you kept going, but so if you get a +1 bonus to your AC when you're engaged with 3, or you have taken damage for interceding for an ally within the last turn, you get a +1 bonus to your AC until the start of your next turn. So it's almost like using shield, except the trigger is I take damage from an ally and then I get an increase to my AC. From the rest of now on, I have a +1 to my AC. Right?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, because Hecate is looking at this more as a one-time thing, just kind of like a moment of heroism. But in that particular case, I don't know if I would ever. I mean, just a once per short rest to get a one-time bonus to AC. It's like, sure, but then it just goes down to how is this actually being activated, right? Like, how do you decide it's
bonus isn't enough for me to choose that. If I'm gonna do that, like it should be a +3. Like, even shield is a +5. You can do that more than one time, right? So like a +1 feels too small for something that's
why I was suggesting if it was always on, I would be okay with the +1, because it's just a passive thing that happens when you're in those moments.
Which feels more in line with the Tenet of Mercy and how that was laid out. Like it's just a passive thing that you just get.
Right, by acting the way that you should. So, I mean, again, I'm not against how it works. I don't think it's a very strong contender for later game, because it's, again, it's not exactly understood how. Again, if an ally just walks behind me, do I get it? Can I activate it? But only activating it once and it's only for a round. It's only until like my next turn. So when and how to activate that is so like specific that I feel I don't know how I would plan to use it. You know what I mean? It would only be just oh, hey, there's that one random thing I can do in this one situation. But again, Tenet of Mercy, I feel like that would be way too easy to benefit from over time. And then we'll have one more. We have Tenet of Purity. So to strive to keep mind and body pure, once per short rest, you can reroll a failed saving throw against poison or disease.
I feel like, well, I love poison or disease. I don't feel like they come up enough. I would totally love if you added, because I feel like it kind of fits under the same premise of I can reroll a saving throw not only for my physical body but for my mind as well. So if someone's trying to dominate me or command me or do something like that, I could also use this reroll on a
I
failed.
honestly like I would just say once per long rest or short rest. Yeah, I would just say yeah, just once per short rest you can reroll any failed saving throw. Just I would be okay with any failed saving throw once per long rest. Like it's like
Honest, yeah, me too.
like you can even put in the value, you know, like that's not considered like a magical attack. Like there's probably some caveats you can decide certain saving throws wouldn't, like it doesn't count for fireball, but I would absolutely just be okay with a reroll of a saving throw for purity. Like and then just put in the verbiage of it has to be of mind or body, like a mind or body based.
That's actually an interesting point.
Because you know, again, for anything that affects the mind, anything that affects the body, like those kind of saving throws would be cool to just have a one time, you know, success rate, like or a one time retry. Because it's not a guaranteed success, but during a boss fight, like an actual boss fight, that would be huge to be able to reroll.
Absolutely.
And once per short rest, totally fine. So I would just drop the poison or disease. I get the idea, but again, it doesn't feel as strong. Like mercy is leading the way because I can resolve points are always going to be beneficial.
I will say the only note that I have on purity is both mercy and courage have something attached to them. I need to show mercy to a defeated foe. I need to protect the weak or face overwhelming odds. For tentative purity, I just kind of am better.
Like you just don't drink alcohol. Like more like you have to be the old school paladin.
Sure. I like there was something attached to it. Is all. It's like, hey, be this, or when you do this, you get this other benefit, or something like that.
Yeah, because I feel like yeah, just the idea of purity just means that like you would that feels more role play, whereas the other ones feel more like action based. So I do, but again, the idea of these though, the idea of getting your resolve back for mercy, being able to get a bonus to AC for courage, being able to reroll a failed save for keeping yourself pure, all of those are perfectly in line with samurai. Still like rocking the idea of the lore. We're just talking the semantics of how the specifics should work, but so far. We haven't suggested that the abilities should become like really fully changed. They are good abilities. It's just those like minute details.
Yeah, totally. Hecate mentioned that they get where we're coming from, but they liked how it played during the campaign.
Good.
Defender used it in like peak moments that they were going to die or during part 3. So like my question and response was if the ability to do that felt like it was as beneficial or as useful as the other abilities that the other players got, right? Because if they felt like, because again, I love those moments, I love playing into those moments because they feel really impactful in what we're actually doing. And so if that's the case, like I'm like, yes please, like let's make that happen. But I want to feel like as a DM that I don't have to work so hard to manufacture a place for them to do that on a regular basis.
That's a good point.
And it's just something that you can innately do, right?
Yeah, like that's a good point.
If I forget that the monk has deflect missiles, I'm probably going to shoot them with an arrow eventually, right? So that's something that's just built in. Like you're going to use that. But if I have, something that only triggers when I don't freaking know, something that just happens like way left off. Like it just, I want to make sure that it feels like, hey, I feel like I can use this.
Yeah.
He says it did because he used it quite a bit. His AC was very high because of his subclass. Features and equipment and fighting styles. His AC was like 25. Okay, fair enough.
All right. Well, moving on to level 2, we actually get to talk about those fighting styles. So at level 2, you adopt a particular fighting style as your specialty. Choose one of the following options. You can't take a fighting style option more than once, even if later you get to choose again. So dueling. +2 to damage rolls when wielding a single one-handed weapon and no other weapons. So that would probably be if you wanted to use a shield, but I get that. So +2 bonus to damage when you're one-handed wielding. Okay. I don't mind it.
A long sword counts for this benefit.
As long as it's a one-handed weapon, yeah.
Because you got to think a longsword, it's versatile, which means you can use it one-handed or you can use it two-handed, right? Just like a katana, right? So if I'm out here wielding a katana, like I can use it one-handed. I can have like my one-handed blade. So is it only like if I grab two hands, do I like lose that bonus, or do I?
I think if there's like a known way, like
question when it comes to that,
and that's where I feel like it depends on like more of like maybe the subclass and how you fight or the weapon type. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a weird, an oddity there too. And I'm always weird with dueling because there's a lot of duels where like, especially with rapier fighting, where you get your rapier and you get your dagger or your dirk. So even that's considered dueling. So I get the idea of one-handed weapon and no other weapons, but I wouldn't mind if you even allowed for like one-handed weapon and nothing more than a dagger. But I get the idea of wanting this to be a single weapon, so I like that. A +2 bonus, I don't think that's a problem. I wouldn't mind it to be a damage bonus half your level, but maybe that's a little bit too much. But the idea just being like only +2 just doesn't grow a lot, but I do like the idea. Like the idea is cool.
All four of these are actually standard fighting styles across the board. These are these are ones that Hecate came up with. These are all ones straight out of all of the other classes. So like every fighter has these options, every paladin has these options, every ranger has these options.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, so in that particular case, then yeah, no notes there. I still think +2 just kind of sucks as a static for the whole game. Like it would be nice if it was like a +2 for whatever, like so many levels. But I mean, no one's gonna be mad at +2. But yeah, by the time you're level 10, you're just adding +2 as just a baseline. Like it's just kind of
damage. So like I can always respect guaranteed damage. Like you're even at level 15, you're not going to sneeze at a +1 weapon just because it only gives you a +1. It's still
when it's built into the weapon, yeah, but when it's built into like the player, I always like some sort of like escalation, right? If you're gonna do if you give me a weapon and it does 1d6 +1, that's fair. But for me to get a +2 and then it just always, I don't know, it just, I feel like there should always be an escalation when it's like coming from the player. But that has nothing to do with right or wrong. That's just preference. So,
yeah.
All right.
I don't disagree with that.
So a +2 to bonus to damage when you're dual wielding. Great weapon fighting. You get a reroll 1s and 2s on melee weapon damage dice with two-handed weapons. You must use the new roll. I like that one. Archery, you get a +2 bonus to attack rolls with ranged weapons, and defense, you get a +1 to AC while wearing armor, any level of armor.
I will say the one that I really think is missing from this, and this is just personally because it's one of my absolute favorite, and I feel like it could be an option, but it's blind fighting, where you can fight even when blinded out to a range of, it's usually about like 10 to 15 feet.
Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad one.
I love that option. It's one of my absolute favorites. I think it's something that's always beneficial. You're in darkness, you're in whatever, like you can't, but you still have the ability to like take action. So
it is interesting though, because yeah, you bring up a really good question, because yeah, katana can basically fall under both the great weapon fighting or the dueling, like you said. So I'm really curious how that's supposed to resolve.
I will say I don't think the katana would count as great weapon fighting because it does not have the two-handed property. There is a specific
it is a two-handed weapon, but it doesn't. Gotcha. Okay, so 5th edition dedicates it. Gotcha.
One or the other, but two-handed says you cannot hold anything in your other hand. Like you can't wield a shield and this at the same time.
Okay. So it's really going to look for that distinction.
Mhm.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's why uh, one-handed isn't really a a property like two-handed is. It's
Hmm.
just usually when I think of one-handed, I think of absent of the two-handed property. That's what I think of, not specifically with the one-handed property.
Gotcha,
Um,
gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so I kind of agree with you. I wouldn't mind seeing blind fighting on here, but with what we know of the focuses of the subclasses, this definitely I think falls right in
which is
line with
very
this
fair.
class.
Which is very fair.
Like I do
Absolutely.
think having a fighting style for this class makes the most sense. Like you said, with fighters, like with paladins, that this is feeling like this is where this belongs. So yeah, no changes there. All right. So also second level, we get samurai techniques. You have a pool of resolve points and access to powerful techniques that use them. Refer to the class table for how many points you have, which we saw before, and how many techniques you know. You regain all resolve points at the end of a long rest. Some techniques require an action, bonus action, or reaction. You can only use one technique per attack or action unless otherwise specified. I like that. It's not limited to the round; it's only limited to the action economy. So we get an extra action later in this class. I think at level like 6 we get that extra action like a fighter does, or an extra attack.
Mm-hmm.
So that does mean that you might be able to use 2 techniques per round as long as you have that attack action.
True. 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 True.
And then we get to see the samurai list for each technique tier and their subsequent techniques. You gain additional subclass features at 3, 7, 10, 14, and 18. So the samurai technique list is quite beefy. So we'll try to just look at these as a whole instead of each individual part because there's a lot here. All right, so the samurai technique list. When you reach 2nd, 9th, 13th, and 17th, you unlock samurai techniques. Each level unlocks the following tiers respectively: basic, advanced, superior, and masterful techniques. At those levels, you can choose from the newly unlocked list or any lower tier technique desired. I like that little push there. You're not locked into each bracket, you're locked into a maximum bracket.
Bracket and below. It's very similar
Yes.
to choosing spells when you're spell casting. Like you can choose a third level spell once you have access to third level spells, but you can also go back and choose a first level spell if you want.
Yeah. I like that. All right. So basic techniques, these all require 1 to 2 resolve points. So Iijatsu Strike costs 1 point. When you hit with a melee weapon attack, you can deal 1 additional weapon damage die of the same type. Interesting. Okay, so an extra damage die. For 1 point, that's actually a lot. That sounds pretty beefy, actually. Pretty nice.
Especially early on. That's yeah, that's pretty powerful.
Deflecting.
You can only do the one time, but go ahead.
Deflecting Palm, 1 point as a reaction. When you are hit with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage by a d10 plus your wisdom modifier.
Love that. Basically, deflecting missiles, but for melee attacks. That's super cool.
Flash Step, 1 point for a bonus action. Your movement speed increases by 10 feet. You ignore difficult terrain, and your movement does not provoke opportunity attack until the end of your next turn. So basically a miniature disengage, but with the bonus of difficult terrain.
Yes, it's
like that.
Step of the Wind, but not a full dash. It's just 10 feet.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Well, it is a full dash because your movement increases by 10 feet, so you get your full movement plus 10, not just.
What I mean is like dash doubles your distance. So like Step of the Wind, it would like fully double, like give you the dash action, but this just gives you a little boost.
I like that,
which is very cool.
And then the Kai Shout, each 2 points action. Each creature of your choice within 20 feet that can hear you must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you until the end of your next turn. I'm not mad at that. 2 points to do that. A shout feature is actually pretty cool. I dig a shout. I really wish like barbarians would have more of like a shout feature, when they're raging.
Yeah.
That would be really cool to have some sort of like, because we've talked about doing things like rally cries for different classes and having each class be able to have a rally cry. So this is great. I like that.
I genuinely feel like intimidation should be able to be used in combat.
Oh, absolutely.
to like gain some sort of like I think it's so underused. Like even in video games like Baldur's Gate or something like that, you should totally be able to like give somebody like disadvantage or maybe induce fear, like just little things like that. I think that's way cool.
Oh yeah. I mean, even if it was just like you can do an intimidation check to make a target creature within like 10 feet not attack you the next round. So it's like you could be like, hey, I'm gonna intimidate you, and all it does is next round you just won't attack me. You're just hesitant of attacking me next round. So I don't know. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. We also get Hawk's Eye. It's 1 point and a bonus action. Gain advantage on your next attack this turn. That's gonna be huge. That's gonna be huge. As a bonus action, damn. It's interesting that one's on your next weapon attack. I thought that would be your next range attack. Like you think with Hawk's Eye that would be more dedicated for the ranged attack, but I get it because they want it to be used by any of the subclasses.
Yeah. But no, I do.
That's huge. A gain advantage on your resolve points as a bonus action. Like however many resolve points you have, that one might be a little bit much for a basic technique. Maybe I would require it to at least cry 2 points.
Think about it. You get to do that for free every single turn, and not for your next attack, but for every attack as a barbarian when you're raging. Like you can do a reckless attack every single round. Now again, the drawback.
But it does cost you. Yeah, this one doesn't cost you anything other than your point.
It costs you a point and it costs you a bonus action. The other one is free.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is I think that should be worth 2 points, not one. That's my. I think it should be cost 2 resolve points because advantage is just to me being able to spam advantage like that. And I know it's not spamming because they have only so many resolve points, but I wouldn't mind if that one cost 2 personally.
The only reason I'm okay with it being 1 is because it's only 1 attack. It's not every attack. So if I have multi-attack, it's not going to be both of them.
It is your next weapon attack. So you can't spam it. You can only spam it per round, but you can't spam it for multi-attack. And I get what you're saying there. So yeah, I think it should be worth 2, but hey,
that is funny. Hecate said only their archer character chose Hawk's Eye, so
awesome.
It worked out for them.
I'm sure it did. And then you get, and especially for, an archer, I mean, yeah, you're probably always going to be using that if you have the ability, because you're always going to be, in the back. Like I would have used that. Calming Breath, 2 points, bonus action, regain hit points equal to your wisdom modifier plus your samurai level, minimum of 1. You can use this technique a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus long rest. That's dope. That's like a little meditation to get some HP back. Yeah.
That's basically second wind. I freaking love that.
Yeah, no notes there. That's cool. So for all the basic techniques, yeah, other than Hawk's Eye, I think should be worth 2. All of these are fine. Like I love the shout, the flash step, deflect palm is pretty dope. And yeah, and just Jujutsu Strike, being able to add a whole die, done. Like yeah, that's great.
Okay, when I think about that, it's basically saying I get to do crit damage. Rules is written.
If you only do a single die, but yeah. But yeah, early on, if you're only doing a single die of damage, that's true, yeah.
Standard mundane weapons, they only do a single die. The only exception to that is the Great Axe. Great Axe does 2d6 instead of 1d12. So with the exception of that one weapon, this is basically doing crit damage. So that is the only one that I would probably say needs 2 points.
I see because you're basically guaranteeing yourself a crit.
Yes. Now, it's cool because if I use this and then I crit, then I double it. Now, that would be interesting. It doesn't specifically say, and it doesn't say what type of.
It says you deal 1 additional. So I would say crit would double. You would do the crit with your first attack, and then this one would just still add 1 more. I don't think you're doubling this. I don't think you would double this one.
I would say that fully depends on how you say this needs to be declared. Does this have to be declared before you attack? Or is this something that It
says when you hit, so it's on hit. It's on a hit. So that's why I say you already know you've crit, so it's only going to add 1 additional dice. It's not part of the crit. Your crit, because again, you already know you hit. So you're going to do your main minimum damage. All this is doing is adding 1 damage die. But you already did the crit. So yeah, so I don't think this would be added with the crit personally.
What if it was flipped? What if you had to declare it before you knew if it was hit? Would you say it would, because of that risk, would you give?
Yes. If you declared the Injitsu strike before you rolled, then yes, you could do crit damage because you're losing something for something. At this point, I'm not losing for anything. I know, and that's the other downside is that's why it's like, I know I've hit. So I know it's going to succeed. And I kind of agree with you. In that case, it should be 2 points. But if it's declared before you swing, as in I'm powering this strike, then absolutely, I don't mind it.
Too. Yeah, I agree with that too. If I have to declare it beforehand, I'm totally fine with 1 point. But if I'm doing this afterwards and there's no action economy, then because it's a guarantee, because you're only ever going to use it when you know you've already hit.
So yeah, either up it by 1 point.
1 point, I get to crit.
Yeah, so either up it by 1 point or make it to where I can lose it without using it, because that's always fun. Like all of these are guaranteed, so that one is probably one of the most beneficial. So I would say it should be a little bit harder. And then if that was the case, I'd be okay with Hawk's Eye still only being 1 point.
So question. Do you think that if a weapon, say it does 1d6 slashing damage and 1d6 fire damage because it's a magical weapon, do you think this Ijitsu strike would only do the physical damage, or do you think I could say, hey, I want it to do an extra of the fire damage instead of the slashing damage? Because it's still the
Personally, as a DM, I'm only calling main weapon damage. All of the extra magical damage, again, kind of like with crit, it's all stacking on what the base is. So personally, I would say it's only the base weapon damage. But I'm sure there's plenty of people in the DM sphere who would agree that it's all damage, right? I'm sure there's some people who would think that it also doubles crit damage. So I wouldn't call it that way, but I'm not saying I couldn't see the argument. But then
the resub. Let's go.
What up? Thank you so much. 17 months in a row. Hecate's working on that second outline there.
That second year. God bless, man.
All right, so now we move on to advanced techniques. Each of these cost 2 resolve points. Each of them will cost 2. Interesting that the other ones could cost up to 2. Now these ones only cost a flat 2, not 2 to 3. All right, so rushing wind strike. You can move up to your speed in a straight line towards a target before making your attack. If you moved at least 20 feet straight towards the target, that attack deals an extra weapon damage die, and you have advantage on the attack. So it's kind of like it's either called rush, or there's attack that certain creatures have that you basically do that, and you bulldoze them down, trample or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a rush attack. So that's basically what this is. So at least 20 feet towards the target, and then it deals extra damage. I like that it's 20 because it doesn't automatically stack with the other ability that you have, but it can be benefited by the other ability that you have that gives you the extra 10 feet. There's that one ability that gives you extra 10 feet before you attack. So at least this, you have to do more than that, so you still have to have some of your ability. So basically, but this essentially for 2 points does the same thing as this, or as it does. Yeah, it does the same thing, except it also gives you advantage. So those two kind of do a bit of the same, except this one just gives you advantage on top of the extra damage die.
And so it's basically a combination of the Iatsu strike and Hawk's Eye. It does both of those things.
Yes. Up to your speed. Now, it doesn't say your remaining speed, so I'm assuming that gives you all of your movement back. Like, if you've moved already, it says you can move up to your speed. So does that mean your remaining speed or up to your regular max speed? Do you know what I'm saying?
I would think the way this is worded, it doesn't sound like it's giving you any speed. So, like, I could hear someone reading it like you get to move, but like, to me, this basically means you have your movement speed. You can move as much of that as you want. If you move, like, I think like that whole first sentence could be removed and it could just start with, if you moved at least 20 feet in a straight line towards your target, the attack deals an extra. Like, I feel like you could just start there. You don't
Right.
need to
Because to me, it reads that if I activate this, I'm getting additional movement equal to my normal speed. That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
But that's just the way that I interpret words. So it could just be that again, I don't play 5th edition, so I don't know if this is normally how it words, which is why I would say you can move up to remaining speed. Because if it's however much speed you have remaining, that would make more sense. Because if I've already moved this turn, it's only if I have enough to move that much.
Sure.
But at the same time, because again, also, you can move up to your speed in a straight line towards your target. If you moved at least 20 feet, the attack deals it. So there's two things happening, right? And that's where it also makes me feel like I'm gaining speed, because let's say I've already moved and attacked, and then I activate this, but my enemy's only 10 feet away. I can still take the extra movement and dash in a straight line towards that target. I just don't get the knock-on effect of the extra damage in the thing. So that's why it's also sounding like it's giving me speed to dash towards the next enemy, but only if the enemy is so far away do I get the benefits. So it's like, you hear what I'm saying? Like, it sounds like it's trying to do two things. Give you this little bit of an extra dash, but if it's far enough away, you get extra damage. So I'm curious if Hecate can fill us in.
I like this.
You don't gain speed, you have to use your current speed. So this wording is closer to how 2024 is starting to write it. So so this is going to use whatever speed you have left.
I've seen this in things like Baldur's Gate. I've seen this in other, like, seen things like creatures and things like that. Like when you can wild shape, there's certain creatures that have abilities very similar to this. I feel like when you use something like this, you have to almost build your play style around a technique like this if you're actually going to use it.
I do have a way that I think we can solve it.
Like, a lot of the times, like if you're a monk and you just get stupid speed, you can back up and then move your 20 feet. But like, realistically, in a fight, no one's backing up just to move 20 feet in a straight line towards somebody.
Just to get more momentum, right?
The whole bull thing where it's so, like, I'm gonna like.
How would you feel about this? How would you feel about this? Rushing Wind Strike. When you activate this ability, you can take the dash action up to 20 feet. So it's its own action, right? This ability gives you a 20-foot dash. It ignores, and it has to be done towards an enemy within range. So it can't just be towards an enemy and just, dead end into nothing, right? Like, you have to be able to use it to attack an enemy. So an enemy within 20 feet, you get to dash, okay, so rushing Wind Strike. You can make a dash towards an enemy within 20 feet. This dash does not use your movement speed. It does not provoke opportunity attack. And it either gives you the extra die or advantage on the attack against the target. One or the other. But imagine what it is. It's a free movement up to 20 feet towards an identified target, but it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. That's the rushing wind. You rush through the crowd to this one target, and you also get the advantage on the attack. I would rather the advantage than the extra die, especially if I'm getting to move and go past other enemies for this attack. Because imagine the other abilities that you have, right? The ability is that when you reduce someone to 0 hit points, like stuff like that would stack with the other abilities. And I feel like it would make more sense for me for this rushing Wind Strike. I'm rushing past all these enemies like the wind. They have no time to react, but my target is that one guy that I just need to take down. So I get that advantage because he doesn't see it coming. That's how I feel it would be better.
Here's kind of how I would like to see it. Because unless I am perfect,
I'm gonna go grab another drink, but keep talking. I can hear you.
Unless I'm perfectly 20 feet away from somebody, like it is hard for me to justify something like I can totally get like an opportunity. What I want to see is, imagine I'm either 15 or 10 feet away from somebody and I want to use this ability. Oh, well, I'm not far enough away. So instead of having to back up in order to do this, I rush at somebody. And not only do I rush at them, but I pick them up and I take them the extra 10 feet. And then at the end of that extra 10 feet, I do whatever this attack. And I think that picking them up and taking them along is kind of almost the justification for the extra damage that we're talking about. So that when I am basically saying, hey, I'm doing this rushing strike, like no matter what it is, like I can, like if I'm a samurai and I'm set up with my pose, like I'm running you through. I'm dipping my shoulder down, like I'm doing whatever it is that I gotta do, like or in a scenario like this, like I totally think of like the little anime moves where uh um you like do that like flash step and I'm on one side of you and then
Okay, so I'm so glad you just got into that.
Like,
look,
see, mentality is it because if I'm not,
I think you're getting close to it. I think you missed it a little bit. I think you missed it a little bit with the drag, because you had it right there at the last part.
What do you mean the drag?
So when you said like you do that thing and then you carry them the next 10 feet, and you know that's the extra damage. I liked that imagery, but that doesn't sound at all like a samurai. But what you just said there
was for the original. That was for the original.
No, yeah. But what I'm thinking is what you're saying with the samurai is
carry him on. But for the
right. But your complaint about the 20 feet. What if this move forced you to move 20 feet? But what if the idea was instead of going to your opponent, the point was to go past your opponent? So what if you move 20 feet and the idea is that if your opponent is closer, you still move through them and go the 20 feet, but when you're done moving, then they take damage, right? Like it's like that thing that you were just saying, right? It's that slice of the anime where they draw their weapon and now they're behind them with the weapon up and the guy's like, what'd you do? And then they realize they're like have a gash on their chest. And it's like, that's the imagery I want with rushing wind strike is
Absolutely.
Make the dash 20 feet. But when you target the enemy, if they're closer, you actually move beyond. Or what if it's you can move 20 feet and you have to target an enemy within 15 feet of you, meaning the attack will always put you behind them. Oh, so you can target an enemy 10 or 15 feet, but you move 20.
Sure.
So you can't do it to a melee attack, right? So you can't do it to someone at 5 feet. They have to be 10 or 15 feet, but you end up at that 20 feet. So you do that rush by him slice. You can, and that's where you get the extra damage die or and you can even do the extra damage die and the advantage attack. And it doesn't provoke opportunity attack. All of those could apply and that would feel dope.
And I like advantage. I don't necessarily think it needs extra damage.
I agree. It doesn't need it.
If you add extra damage, you should make this cost 3.
I agree. I totally am down with that.
I also feel like this entire thing should be its own attack / action, and as a result of that, it should cost it should either be able to be one of your attack actions or it should be a bonus action. So it's like,
gotcha.
If I have multi-attack, I can do this on my first attack or on my second attack, or I use my bonus action to do this particular attack.
Yeah. I love the idea. I think the idea of moving a certain amount of speed is cool. I don't know if I agree that a samurai would move that kind of speed and gain some sort of advantage, but I like the imagery of moving so quick or so nimbly that you're now on the other side of them before they realize that they've been attacked. That does feel right. I don't mind the extra attack or the damage. I think you're right, though. It could be a little bit more expensive with both. But I think that by moving, adding in the no opportunity attack, I think is what's going to seal the deal for me, because I wouldn't use this otherwise, right? Like, I really think more often than not, adding that does not provoke opportunity attack is going to seal the deal, because then that makes you, because that could be for all of them. Imagine the pole fighter like rushing through a crowd, just like holding up the thing and just like blocking everybody's, like, there's just ways I think that could be visually best. if you can do it in the middle of a giant combat. Especially if you have like, that cool situation where you have like 2 minions in front of like, the big hard one, like not necessarily the boss, but like, like the hard enemy. And you use this to just shift right past the minions and then just slash him right in his face and be like, roll for initiative, bitch. Like there could be some fun ways to do that if you could not provoke opportunity attacks. So that's my vote.
So, I think another element for Rushing Wind would be really cool is if you get the free 20 feet, right? But you can use as much of the rest of your speed as you want. So for your idea where you have to go past them, say if somebody is 30 feet away from me and I only have 30 feet of regular movement, I use this ability, now I have 50 feet of regular movement and I can do this strike and get behind them with still like 10 feet of movement left.
Gotcha. Right? Yeah, and then you would be able to continue your turn. Yeah.
Now, the question for you would be, and this I feel like would be kind of important, when you do this strike, if you have to end up behind them, do you specifically only end up 5 feet behind them, or could you end up 10 feet behind them?
So, and that's where I would say is like, I think it should be worded that you you dash 20 feet. This does not cost your normal movement.
Sure.
Targeting an enemy 10 or 15 feet away from you. And then that way, because the reason why I say it would be 10 feet if you chose the 10-foot target is also to help in case there are stacked enemies, like, because you have to be able to end up there. So if an enemy that you want to target is 10 feet from you, but they have someone behind them, you'd end up behind both of them. But I don't know. Like, I could also see the verbiage of you can move up to 20 feet, but you always end up 5 feet behind the enemy. I understand what you're saying there. I just don't know if it needs all that word. So either way, I think both are valid. The whole point, though, is being able to get behind them is the key point, is that extra movement, no opportunity attack.
I'm curious whether they would have to end their turn engaged, or if they could end their turn outside of melee distance of the person they just attacked.
I mean, considering that we're going with the imagery of like that whole like shadow step where you're slicing and then cut and then you're behind them, that imagery always ends with them like in a pose behind them, but sometimes they're a little bit further away, sometimes they're not, which is why that's why I wouldn't want it to be someone within 5 feet of you. It has to be at least 10 feet away because the dash has to happen. But
Agreed.
If you force 20 feet, that's also a tactical issue, which that's why I don't mind if they're 10 or 15. That's what decides how close you end to them. Because what if you don't want to end right next to them? You would go after the one closer. But if you want to end, maybe you take a step back.
Yeah.
Because imagine the imagery there. What if they're 10 feet from you and you would end 10 feet behind them, but you want to be engaged, so you go and take that step back and then dash. Like, that's the one time where what you said earlier, no one takes a step back to dash forward unless you're a samurai digging your foot in.
So, you know what's funny? You said take a step back. I was totally thinking after you finish behind them, you turn around and you walk back to them and engage.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking like in the sense of the charge, because like middle of combat, you have your sword out. So imagine you step back, you sheath it, and then that's when this thing comes back. So I was just trying to think of like that might be the one time you would step back and then do it. But I don't know. So again, I like the idea of movement. I think 20 feet is solid. I think advantage is solid. I agree advantage and extra damage could be an extra thing. But I at least at bare minimum want the no opportunity attack to be added as it's written. But I would personally go beyond and say it should act a little bit different. Again, the idea of targeting someone and ending up behind them sounds better, but it also sounds like it would be hard to word. So at bare minimum, Hecate, I would just say, make sure this doesn't provoke opportunity attack, because then it will be just so much more devastating. And, maybe choose either extra damage or advantage, because I do agree for 2 resolve points, that's a bit much. But who knows? Maybe there's a better technique that shows off that this isn't that bad.
Accurate.
Let's see. Let's see. When I reference a part, I did a 4-part series where one part they were level 5, 2-part level 10, and part 3 was level 15. Part 4 was level 20. Each series had 5 sessions, were 6 to 8 hours long. So gotcha. Okay. So there was a good amount of testing there. All right. So more of the advanced techniques. So Steel Mind, this is your reaction. When you fail a wisdom or intelligence saving throw, you can use your reaction to re-roll the saving throw. You must use the new result. Intelligence or wisdom, that's dope. Yeah, no, 100%, I'm fine with that. 2 resolve points to dedicate to those two, fine, totally fine.
Absolutely.
That's beneficial anytime. Like totally, that's a game-changing thing. So yeah, as a reaction and 2 points, yeah, that's perfect economy right there. Soothing Rhythm as a bonus action and 2 points. Gain advantage on wisdom saves until the end of your next turn. You may also immediately make a new save to end being charmed or frightened. Okay, so if you try to get charmed or frightened and you fail your save, you could use Steel Mind to re-roll it. Or if you've already been afflicted, you can spend 2 in a bonus action to try to come out of it again if you failed again. So,
and when you try and get out of it, you'll have advantage on it.
Yes. Those sound so similar. I'm almost upset just because I get that they're trying to solve a lot of the same problems and cover all of the bases. They almost sound too similar. But the way that you just said that, I think one's about it at initiation, the other's after the fact, right? So you use Steel Mind at the first attempt, and if you failed Steel Mind, so basically if you failed twice, or if you decided not, because you didn't have your reaction, then you'd use Soothing Rhythm as a backup option.
Sure.
Unless technically you get to a point where you have 4 resolve, you use a bonus action and Steel Mind, so you get to re-roll or fail. So you could use Soothing Rhythm to gain advantage, and then if you fail, you could use Steel Mind with another 2 points as a reaction to re-roll that fail.
I think I said this last time, but attaching saving throw things to a bonus action is hard because I don't know when I'm going to make a saving throw. Unless I do. Like, specifically, if I have...
I see what you mean.
Save ends, like, I know that at the end of each one of my turns, I get to make another save against this particular condition, and I can...
So would you say that should be more of a reaction?
Just anything. That's why I like Steel Mind, because Steel Mind is great. It's like, as a reaction, when I fail a saving throw, boom, I can do this thing. Like, that feels like it can be effective.
Well, but then again, Soothing Rhythm is until the start of your next turn. So if you're up against something that is throwing magic, at the end of this turn, if you didn't use your bonus action, you do that to activate while it's not your turn.
Imagine I use my bonus action to throw this up. And I'm not charmed or frightened at the time, but I know this person, like, he's hit me 3 times with, what is it? Toll the Dead, right? And Toll the Dead is a wisdom saving throw, and I'm like, I'm tired of getting hit with this. Give me advantage on these wisdom saving throws. Boom.
Gotcha.
And he casts Fireball.
Fair.
For whatever reason, just because everyone happened to be grouped up, and it was just way more advantageous for him to cast Fireball this turn. Boom. We all get fireballs. I take the damage. It's my turn again. I use my 2 resolve, and I got no value out of it.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from, because it is hard to plan for saving throws, especially wisdom-based ones. So I get you on that one.
It's not like it's bad. And again, you're choosing specific ones of these. It's not like you're going to have access to all of these all the time.
So what if it was the same, it worded the same, except instead of saying until the start of your next turn, what if as a bonus action and 2 points for the next minute, you will gain advantage on the next saving throw? And you can also immediately make new save ends.
That is game.
And even so, let's say on the next saving throw you get advantage, but the spell still won't end because it still lasts for a minute. And during that minute, you will always get a new, because it says you get to immediately end. So I don't know how that one would last for a minute, but yeah. So
I think just that one verbiage, it's basically like Um, what's the stupid cantrip that you use all the time? Guidance. It's exactly like guidance. So when you cast guidance, you give somebody a D4 to the next check that they make.
Yeah.
The next skill check that they make. As soon as they make that skill check, spell's done.
Right.
Right.
And that's where that one would feel better because you can't plan for it. But if I could enter a battle and the moment I see this thing cast something that's good, like you said, Toll the Dead. Oh, this guy's Toll the Dead. Boom. For the next minute, I got advantage. Or at least advantage on the next time. Not necessarily the whole minute because I get how that could be crazy. But for 2 Resolve, just being able to foresight and go, you know what? I know you're going to target me with that bullshit next or at some point. Mm-hmm. So for the next minute, I just want to make sure I'm ready for it. I feel like that solves the issue that you have.
Something like somebody's threatening like banishment, or somebody's threatening like, now granted it's just wisdom save, so it's got to be something that's wisdom save based, but still like a lot of stuff uses wisdom save. So
but I would be okay casting 2 or ditching 2 resolve points in a one-time bonus action again for a minute, but it only lasts one. It only happens once, right? But it's just that preparatory minute. Even if you have that person who wants to min-max and they do this at the very first initiative every round, who cares? You're only getting 1 guaranteed save. Who cares? Or it's not even a save. It's just an advantage. So I think why wait till save ends? If you want it to be a bonus action, just let it last a minute. And it's just the next wisdom save you make, you get the advantage on. And I think that would be totally fine.
I think that's cool. I think that's cool. And I think, again, because it's something you choose, I'm imagining a different type of players choosing Soothing Rhythms than Steel Mind.
And honestly, that would still work for the second part that says when you activate this, you can immediately make a save for a charm for being charmed or
frightened. Will be the save that, and then it'll immediately end. But well, it won't immediately. Well,
no. I think they should be 2 different things. You for the next minute, the next wisdom save, you get advantage on. But regardless of that, immediately make a save now. So it's like almost like you get 2. You get an immediate one if you're currently. So it's like, so how about gain advantage? Or so how about it could read when you activate this ability, you may immediately save out of charmed or wisdom with advantage, and then for the next minute. The next time you're inflicted with a saving throw, you get, you know what I mean? So it would end anything immediately, but then for the next minute, give you a one-time advantage.
Give you a chance to end it immediately. Okay, yeah. I'm not mad at that.
So that would kind of solve, because I see where your issue was. I love the ability. It's just, when would I know to use it? But if I can activate it to instantly try and end something, just gain advantage on the instant, but then for the next minute, the next time they try it, I can save out.
The only difference is theoretically with Soothing Rhythms, the way it's written right now, if for whatever reason I make 7 wisdom saving throws before the start of my next turn, then I get advantage on all 7.
That's fair. But how often are you going to be making more than 1 wisdom saving throw in a round?
The likelihood that I'm going to be able to actually make use of that is so low that it's not worth me.
Oh. Yeah, I can see how this could be beneficial against layer actions for sure, Hecate. Like, that's where I feel like...
Yes.
Yeah, but that's where I feel like you never know when, so being able to activate this, and again, once it's activated and it stops, there's nothing stopping them from activating it again. You know what I mean? Like, if you have the resolve points to activate it more than once anyway, saying that I can end something I'm currently activated on with advantage, and then I get a one-time advantage for the next minute, well, once that stops, I just reactivate it, and I get another minute. So realistically, it does make it a little bit more powerful, but doesn't take anything away from it. So again, that would be my suggestion, because I really do think it's cool. I love this idea of gaining advantage on wisdom, but I do feel like, again, as a bonus action, man, that's rough outside of like a boss battle. Like with a good layer action, I get it, but I feel like players want to use it more often.
For sure.
We got 2 more in the advanced techniques category. So another reaction, reaction and then a bonus action. So as a reaction, Flowing Guard. Impose disadvantage on a melee attack targeting you. If it misses, gain +2 AC against all other attacks until your next turn. So you spend 2 as a reaction, impose disadvantage on a melee attack targeting you. So you've been targeted as a melee attack, you activate this as a reaction. It imposes disadvantage. If it misses, you gain a +2 AC until the end of your next turn.
I love this. I would like it to say or an adjacent ally. I think that would be cool, especially with how some of the other stuff, like some of the other abilities that you have, and some of the other things where they're talking about like interceding between you and an ally and stuff like that. I would love it if I could impose disadvantage against a melee attack for myself or an ally that's adjacent to me.
That would be interesting.
And
I do love this, though. This is so cool. Just like the idea of you pose a disadvantage, and if you benefit from it, then you continue to benefit from it. That is a cool mechanic. Like, I wish that would be more common in other things where it's like, because we talked about that with like knock-on effects, right? Like you get this bonus, but then if this bonus triggers, you get a different bonus. And I just, that is such a cool idea. I don't know if I fully, I like where you're going with it, but I think there's something else that could be. Like, I think that could be a different type of ability than this, but I don't mind it. I would, now that we know that this is going to be 2 points and then there's another 3 point, I would love an upgraded version of this where for 3 points and a reaction, you can do this, but instead of imposing disadvantage, or you impose disadvantage, and if they miss, you deflect it into an adjacent enemy. So if they attack you, you give them disadvantage. If they miss with the disadvantage, you deflect whatever damage roll they were gonna do, but you get to decide if one of their allies gets it. That would be interesting.
I Flowing Guard, I think just with, again, kind of like you always say, how something like makes sense to me in my head. I feel like if I'm doing this and if this works the way that I imagine that it works, I feel like it would make most sense if that +2 AC applied to that attacker, not everyone. So if somebody's shooting me
about that
from an arrow in the bushes behind me, do I get a +2 AC from them because I deflected this guy, because I made this guy miss over here?
So I was thinking about that when we were first reading it, is should it just be from the same attacker? But then again, most likely, unless they have multi-attack, it's probably not there's not going to be many more attacks from that same person, right? Especially if you're attacking multiple guards. But the flowing guard, I think, is more of like, it's like the dance thing, right? It's like you spun around when you did the final deflect to like look at your surroundings, and now all of a sudden it's that martial arts movement, right? Where you finish off the first guy that attacked you, but you did it in a way where you're spinning and you're ready to take on the next guy coming at you. So I feel like the flowing guard is more like you're spinning now. You've deflected, you've turned around, now you're ready to deflect this guy. You turned around, you're deflecting this guy. You turned around and now you're deflecting this guy. I feel like the +2 to AC just means you got into a groove. You're in a flow and you're using the momentum of your polearm. You're using the momentum of your katana, and you're not stopping. You're flowing into the point where anybody that attacks you is now just in that groove of yours. That's the way I envision it. It just, it does sound cool. I can see the imagery, because it's like those, we keep going back to like anime or old kung fu movies where they're like going down a hallway and it's like you take out the first person and then it's like that kung fu thing where every person that comes next to you, how you end this guy, you're already ready somehow to defend against the next guy, right? Like you throw him over and then your hands are already up to deflect the guy that's doing a flying kick at you, but then you threw him into this wall, which just so happens to have a guy jumping out of it. Like, how is it likely that your choreography is that good? Well, that's where the flow guard comes in. You're the master of your personal space. Now, you did make the point of whether or not someone with an archer could get you, and it does specify melee attacks.
Oh, does it?
Yes. Disadvantage on a melee attack targeting you, all other attacks. Okay, so agreed. I think there's a justification. You could say maybe all other melee attacks against you this turn.
For sure.
But
it's not that your blade can't guard against ranged attacks. It's just that I would imagine that flow state, because I am seeing the vision that you're painting with that, and I totally get that mindset. But
But you're right though. You wouldn't be, unless it's fully choreographed, you wouldn't be able to see the arrow or hear the arrow. Like it makes sense that everybody melee attacking you is in your flow. But yeah, an arrow from out of nowhere is not going to be something that I feel works, right? So I get what you're saying is maybe all of them being melee attacks. So take that what you will. Oh, okay, cool. So Hecate also says that was kind of the idea for Flowing Guard as well. It's the every time you deflect one enemy, you're just in position to be ready for the next enemy. So that extra +2 is your momentum, just deflecting everything. Because I love that imagery. I think it's just it is such a cool way that I feel so many classes and subclasses miss that part in their builds. Is how is this supposed to look? Like you get all the mechanical benefits, but the players are just like not really thinking about how this is all supposed to work. They're just like, well, I know what it looks like in the perspective of looking at my character, but not looking at the battlefield. I feel like this looks at the battlefield.
You don't get the actual interaction. Like we forget that this is supposed to be a real world interacting with. It's
and then our last one is for the advanced techniques at least, 2 resolve points. As a bonus action, we get piercing focus. Your next weapon attack this turn ignores resistance to its damage type and deals an extra 1d8. I don't know if that deserves to be a 2 or a 3 resolve. I love the ability. No changes. You just ignore the resistance. So you're just like, oh, your resistance slashing. And it's just like that Hiromi Kenshin moment where you just turn the blade around and you're like, fuck you, bitch. Like I love this idea that you just infuse this blade and just do a strike that does something no one thought possible. But if you're ignoring resistance and an extra d8, is that really worth 2 or is it worth 3? That's my I don't know. I love everything about it. I just don't know if it's that cheap.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It's 1 die. You are ignoring resistance, and there's I was thinking about it as it's happening. It's like, okay, say if something is resistant to piercing damage for whatever reason, like not all of the reasons why something's going to be resistant is going to be just because you're not piercing it hard enough. Some of it could be, but like also I could see again, if your resolve is anything like your keys, anything like your spirit energy or whatever the case may be, it can be imbuing it with some sort of more than mundane essence that
Right.
is now piercing the target. You know?
Or you can call it like technique. Like, I mean, it could just be the difference between most people, like with a sword, right? Like you think of like a regular long sword, you're just general stabbing in and out, whereas maybe the samurai would notice stab, twist, and pull. So the extra damage and the resistance is like, yes, not only is it strong enough to pierce the skin of a hide that most other blades can't, but I also know how to inflict damage with my technique in a way that most people wouldn't think of. Most people are just blunt. I'm going to stab, I'm going to slice. But a katana doesn't just cut slice. It's that momentum of a slice plus the push pull. Like, you know, there's all much more technique to why it's so devastating and why it does what it does, right? You can't cut with a short sword like you can with a katana, and there's a reason for that. So I could definitely understand why we're getting the resistance. But you think it's fine at 2 resolve points? Like you think that's not too? Because again, this is unlimited. It's unlimited, right? You can keep doing this anytime you want as long as you have the resolve points. That's all I'm saying is like, just, is it okay that it only costs 2?
I think so, because, and this is kind of what Hecate is bringing up right now. So
magical weapons, gotcha. Okay, so it's basically making it a magical weapon. Okay.
Kind of. So out of curiosity, what's the first creature you can think of that is resistant to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing? Like, I'm trying to think of just like a generic creature that's resistant. I want to say like a werewolf, but like I feel like it's more silvered than anything.
No, I mean that has that has like that has it. I know it's been a minute since I've gotten through
but
specifics. don't know any off the top of my head.
The idea, see, that's what I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I can't think of them for whatever reason. Like,
but no, I get what you're saying. It's like, yeah. So I said that putting it in that perspective, putting it from the perspective of that, I don't think it's too cheap. Again, I love the ability. It was just my hesitation on should it be worth more? But right, it is kind of similar for when you look at magical weapons overcoming non-magical weapon resistance. Like, yeah, okay. I don't mind it as much.
And at the point in time you get access to the advanced ones, let me check real quick. Like, you're gonna be higher level. Like, I think you get advanced when you hit level what? What does it say at the top there?
So 9th. Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, we're at 9th level by now. That's okay. Yeah. So at 9th level, okay, I can see that being fine. Okay, so really, I like all of these. I think, yeah, Rushing Strike, I think I would just like to see overcome that opportunity attack and maybe be retooled. But all of these are great. These are all phenomenal.
Absolutely.
All right, and then we 2 more. So much in this one. All right, superior techniques. These require 3 resolve points each. Arrow of Dispelling. This is a ranged attack. When you hit a creature with a ranged attack, you can attempt to dispel a spell affecting that creature. When you hit a creature with a ranged attack, you can dispel a spell effect affecting that creature. Choose one spell currently affecting the target. If the spell is a 3rd or lower, it ends immediately. If it's 4th or higher, make a Wisdom DC check. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a success, the spell ends. Interesting. So I guess my question would be, what constitutes a ranged attack? Can I just pick up a rock and throw it at my ally and dispel anything that's happening to them? Because it's very rare I want to hit an enemy and like very rare that there's a positive spell that I think is happening.
Somebody buff themselves with haste. Imagine somebody who's got.
No, I'm not saying it's not out there, but I'm just saying that, I have to be able to like, what is constituting the ranged spell? Because how do I push this? Because I feel there'll be more opportunities to end negative spells, and if I can, fine. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just want to know, what are we constituting? Because also not all of the subclasses may be able to use this. So is this only going to be limited to that ranger subclass or the archer subclass?
I would say, from the way I understand this, yeah, you can pick up a rock and throw it at somebody, and that's a ranged attack. You're only still going to get like the regular ranged damage. I do think this is intended on being done against enemies and not specifically allies, because it's an attack.
Right. And that's why I just wanted to understand like what those benefits are.
I would say, like, the way I'm reading this, you can attempt to dispel. So, like, I think it is meant for the buffs that the enemies put on themselves, whether it's haste, whether it's bless, whether it's long strider, whether it's like, I wouldn't say you could do it to something like rage, because I don't know if that really counts as like a magical effect. But like,
that's not really a spell effect. That's not a spell effect.
Yeah. But yeah.
Wait a second. Is what's interesting?
Polymorph, yeah.
No, not polymorph.
Third level.
Is wild shape consider? No, that's not. Wild shape's not a spell.
No. This
polymorph would be, though.
It does a spell effect.
Yeah. Okay. I don't mind it. It's interesting. I feel like there is room for abuse, but again, it's not such abuse that's going to be game breaking. I think that I would like something a little bit like different. I would workshop it differently, but I have different approaches to it. So for 5th edition, I don't know how else. Like, more often than not, I would rather do, because if you're trying to like dispel magic, it's also the first time we've seen anything magic related. So it is also a little bit different. I wouldn't arrow of dispelling. I will say maybe that's also why it's just sitting out, because we haven't seen anything related to magic just yet. And then I'm just trying to think of like, man, it would be interesting if it's way too expensive, but if this thing could like eat more easily or guarantee disrupt concentration, like if you hit an enemy, you like guarantee disrupt, like there's no concentration saving throw.
They have disadvantage on their Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration or something like that.
Yeah, like that would make a little bit more sense. It would definitely have to go into one of the cheaper categories because that doesn't require 3. Unless you autoed it, unless it was just a guaranteed if you hit a creature with a ranged attack, they lose concentration. That would be crazy. And then I could see it being 3. Because at that point, any spellcaster in your range is fucked. Because the moment they do a concentration, you're just like, nope, you're done. All you gotta do is hit them. Especially with a rock, you could just pick up a rock and attack them and just be like, nope, you're done. Like, again, but that would be worth 3 points to me. Like, that would be worth 3 points.
No matter what, if there's something that just says sucks to suck, there's nothing you can do about it, I feel like that's hard. Well, granted, you still have to hit them.
So yeah. And then you have to spend it. But that's also if you miss them, you've just wasted 3 resolve. But again, when it comes to a samurai disrupting magic, the only justification is that you. Yeah. So.
I like the other one.
Yeah. So it's like that's where I feel like it's one of those like I would rather it just be one of those like I know how to disrupt you. I know that you're doing magic, but the idea that I can dispel just at a range attack, it's. I'll keep reading, but that one just feels like it's the first time we've gone out of the concept of the samurai. Because so far, I don't know.
Yes, I will say like similar to what we were just talking about overcoming magical resistances with your attacks. Like that to me falls in the same category as affecting magical things. If I can overcome magical resistance with my ki, chi, resolve, whatever, then I can see this going down that direction. I can see a world where that makes sense. I agree that it would take a little bit more mental gymnastics is the wrong word, but like I would have to put thought into, okay, how does this make sense? And then
right. And we have to. I would like to see other abilities do similar things because if it's the only thing that affects magic, it really feels just
but I
out
can
of place.
Also see that you're just now getting this once you have higher abilities, once you have honed yourself to a certain point. What is it? The 13th level. So you're at 13th level, you're past the 10th level mark, you're now starting to be able to use your chi, your energy, your whatever to have significant impact on magic. I think in monks, this is around the time that your unarmed strikes overcome magical resistances. So yeah. I feel like that kind of lends itself to being and I do agree with you. I want this to be a trend now. I would love to see at least one more potentially in this section and at least 1 or 2 in the next section that have some sort of like magical effects and or abilities. Because
what I wouldn't mind. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just I feel like that's going to be one of the things that lets this be more valuable in later elements of the game, because again, you're getting lots of magic thrown at you. There's lots of magic being thrown around, and if you have zero way to affect magic later in the game, I feel like there's a large aspect that you may be missing out on.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's other ways that I would prefer to see this be done, right? Like, I like the idea of disrupting concentration. I like the idea of even getting like having an ability at this point that as a reaction you gain like advantage against spell saves or whatever, something along those lines. But another thing I'm thinking of is if we want to keep it on the ranged ideas, what if this cost 3 resolve points and was a reaction? And as a reaction, you can make a ranged attack when someone attempts to cast a spell in order to counterspell it.
Oh, so this is basically
it's a physical counterspell. So imagine that as you get so honed in on the battlefield that you can, as a reaction, when
magic is coming,
and you sense where it's coming from, and you're like, nope, and then you can draw back or throw a rock. But by doing that, it's essentially a because instead of making you magical. What you're doing is realizing that all I have to do is hit your fingers in the middle of your little spell, and guess what? If I knock your finger out of place, your spell fizzles out. All I got to do is hit you in the face with a rock, and if you, oh well, guess what? That's not part of the spell. Your spell fizzles out because you said the wrong thing. You know, I can shoot I can shoot you in a very painful spot that doesn't do a lot of damage, but does enough that stops you from speaking, right? Like, I would say that a samurai would be so good that you can recognize when someone's about to cast a spell and basically counterspell it with a physical attack. And making it a ranged attack, that it basically does the same thing, but instead of ending a current spell, I think this being a reaction to counterspell makes more sense for a samurai.
Yes,
I wouldn't even mind it. I wouldn't even mind it being any kind of attack. It doesn't have to be ranged. Even making it melee. So even if you're in melee range of a spellcaster, you know what I mean? Like, I think I would rather make it more about their reaction in the real world than making them somehow, I shoot you and I dispel magic. I feel like disrupting magic makes more sense in my head.
I for sure get where you're coming from on that front. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of what makes the most sense to me when it comes to, because I I don't want it to feel too powerful, because imagine you have to use a spell slot to counterspell somebody. That's a significant resource. Yes, you're using some resolve points here to do. Wait, you're using some resolve points here to do this, but uh, I like this because it's not necessarily a guarantee. It's very similar to Counterspell, where you actually have to do a check. Although in 2024, that's super weird and different now, and I don't know exactly how that works. So, I think I think uh, I would have to think on that a little bit more, but I do like the idea of being able to affect and or counter and or, you know, engage with spellcasters, so to speak.
That's why I want something. I feel this good dips into samurai being magical instead of recognizing that they can disrupt magic, right? That's my argument for it. But I get it. I like the direction. I don't necessarily agree with the final result, but I do agree with the direction. I do think this is super valid and valuable to have some sort of magic disruption. So at least
Here for the process, but not necessarily the implementation.
yeah. But we also have a couple more. All right, so Whirlwind Defense. This is a bonus action. Until the start of your next turn, whenever a creature within 5 feet hits you with an attack, it takes damage equal to your Wisdom modifier plus half your Samurai level rounded down. So it's kind of like a counterattack. Like you just basically like auto counterattack.
It's kind of like thorns in whatever the games are, or even Armor of Agathis. And Armor of Agathis has always been hard for me because I want to love it so much, but I feel like it just gets no use. Like you get like hit once or twice, you get the retaliation damage once or twice, and then it's done.
Yeah.
Like I want something to where like those thorns, they hit on a regular. I want people to feel punished for coming up to me and attacking me and stuff like that. And I think this does a good job of that.
I wasn't sure about the name. The name kind of threw me off. It was not what I was expecting, but I like the ability. Like, absolutely,
Yes.
This is a great ability.
Defense makes me think you're going to up my AC or give people disadvantage on attacks, but
Yeah.
I like even Whirlwind Retaliation or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I totally do like what this is doing.
Yeah. Other than maybe more damage. Like, I know it's because it's only one bonus action. It only lasts for a turn. So I'm just like, yeah, your modifier. So again, 15. I mean, it is retaliatory though. So 15 damage isn't nothing to sneeze at. And it's basically guaranteed. So like the max you can do is 15. I'm wondering if it should do more. I wouldn't mind if it did a little bit more, but I'm not that upset with it.
So this, I will say, the reason why I'm okay with 15-ish is so at max level you get this 15, but like again, when you're getting these highest levels, it's unlikely that they only have one attack. The
That's fair.
majority of these creatures are gonna have multi-attack. So say you got 3 attacks, you're now taking 45 damage.
Yeah,
That's decent. That's
I get that. Yeah, because it's all attacks. Yeah, that's fair.
I'll give it that. I'll just say that.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh no, that would be dirty. That would be dirty.
We like dirty. We like dirty.
You really want to make this dirty?
I mean,
remove the hits you with an attack. Until the start of your next turn, whenever a creature within 5 feet of you attacks, it takes damage. So if they attack me 3 times, it doesn't matter if they only hit me once. They're getting 3 retaliatories. Because every swing, I'm deflecting and defending. That would make it fucking dirty as shit. It's any melee attack against you automatically gets this. So if they have 3 attacks, fuck it, you're slicing back every. That would be dirty and super OP, but damn, would that be fucking awesome.
I like it. I would probably move it up into the next section, but I like it.
Yeah. Or a capstone to like a specific class, because
sure.
Just the idea of for the next turn, any attack at me is getting damage back, whether you hit me or not, is that could be dirty.
You ain't wrong.
All right, next one. Dance of the Crescent Moon is an action. You make a melee weapon attack against up to 3 different creatures within reach. Each hit deals an extra damage equal to your wisdom modifier. So hold on. As an action, you make a melee weapon attack against up to 3 creatures within range or within reach. So kind of like cleave, you kind of just do a cleave attack. Each hit deals damage equal to your wisdom modifier. So you basically just do cleave for your wisdom modifier to up to 3 targets.
Damage is too low. I would give them full weapon damage. I don't know why you wouldn't.
Just you as an action, you can target up to 3 adjacent targets with your weapon attack. And that's it. Just that. Just you spend 3 points as an action, and your weapon now can target 3 adjacent targets. That's it. So it's like cleave. It's basically adding cleave, but everyone takes equal damage. Everyone takes your blade damage, not any fall off. So makes it better than cleave.
The way this is worded, they don't care if they're adjacent.
It says within reach.
No.
So adjacent to you. It still says within reach. Or I guess your polearm master, so if your polearm could go. But I don't know how this would work with an archer. I don't know if this makes 3, because it doesn't say make 3 weapon attacks. It says make a weapon attack against 3 different creatures within reach.
I would call that I am putting 3 arrows in 1 draw. That's what I would call that.
Okay. And that makes sense why it's not that much damage, but
it's this archer can't do it because it's melee. That's why. Melee weapon.
Oh, you make a melee weapon attack. Duh. Oh, I literally read that. So you make a melee weapon attack. Yeah. So I don't mind it. I just make it an upgraded cleave. If I'm spending 3 points, let me just hit up to 3 people with a single attack, make them adjacent to me or adjacent to each other. But again, if there's 3 people, just a whole cleave, full damage. I mean, why?
So I was wrong in understanding this. It is full weapon damage. You just get an additional modifier on top of it equal to your wisdom.
Okay, so it is 3. So it is 3 for 1 full damage, but wisdom modifier. Okay, yeah, then done. That's fine. That's totally fine. That's what I want. Yeah, no change. That's all I want. I just wanted it to be able now and now, granted, it says within reach. I would probably say adjacent, but I get it. If you want to hit like a polearm, you can hit this way, that way, this way, and you could just slice around. So I get within reach makes a lot more sense and much more versatility. It just depends on how hard you want it to be. So I don't mind either way.
The way I read this is taking up your entire attack action. Meaning this is not replacing one of your attacks. This is all of your attacks.
I only thought it was just 1 action. It was 1 action for 3 attacks. So if you have 2 attacks, you can do this technically twice if you have enough resolve.
So there is in 5e, I know it's a little confusing, but there is the attack action, and then there are the individual attacks inside the attack action. So when this says action, because there's a lot of them that just have nothing next to it, but they say when you hit with an attack. Those ones I'm assuming can be done for each attack in the attack.
This one says when you make a melee weapon attack, not the attack action. This one specifically says a melee weapon attack. So it's not the action. The next one, Burst of Steel, when you take the attack action.
This says you make a melee weapon attack against up to.
Okay, but you're looking at this part. You're just looking at this part where it says it takes an action versus a bonus action.
Yes. So
gotcha.
To me, that's like, because if this works the way you're talking, and I can with my first attack hit 3 people, and then with my second attack hit 1 more person.
That's what I was thinking it was meant to do. Because again, I look at it as a cleave action. It's just more of a one slice hits all as one of my hits, as just one of my actions. That's what I thought it was. Because what if I happen to have a way, like what if I took a feat that gave me 3 attacks? Then I would never use it, right? I would never use it if I already had 3 attacks. I would just make those 3 attacks. And granted, this one gives me the bonus, the extra 5, but whatever. I feel like it's meant to stack. But let's see what Hecate says. Hecate, let us know in the comments, is this meant to, it takes your full action, not a weapon action. Okay, so Kage, you're right.
Okay.
It is meant to take the entire weapon. So as long as you don't have more than 3 weapon attacks and you really need that extra plus 5 damage on each one, then this definitely works. But again, I don't mind the extra high power. I don't mind it taking a weapon attack. But I kind of like that. I kind of like that kind of high power gameplay. Ironically, I don't like 5th edition for how powerful players get, but I do like high powered gameplay. All right, so Burst of Steel is an action. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can use this technique to make 1 additional weapon attack as part of that action. If you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with any of these attacks, you regain 1 expended resolve point. You can use this technique twice per long rest.
Okay. I'm always curious about the well, yeah. I feel like capping some of them is valuable. Saying you can't just spam these into infinity. Yeah, no, I like that one.
So, okay, so explain this one to me then. So
resolve back from
But explain this one to me. How is this different than having 2 attacks, right? So if I use my entire action and I normally have 2 attacks by now, what is this one doing? Just making my second attack give me the chance at a resolve if I kill it? Because if I already have 2 attacks against the same creature, all this is doing is giving me... So, but again, we just talked about this. This is where I'm kind of confused on how attack action versus weapon action, because we just talked about how this one uses all... If I have 2 attacks, Dance of the Crescent Moon takes all my 2 in order to replace it with 3. But if I have 2 attacks, does Burst of Steel take my 2 attacks and turn it into 2 attacks? That's where I was confused on how this verb...
Steel, the way I understand what's happening is the other one...
The Dance of the Crescent Moon is an action, right? So it costs 3 points in an action.
Takes your entire action to do 3 attacks.
Right. Period. So how does Burst of Steel not take all of my action?
Burst of Steel says when you take the attack action, however many attacks you can do, you now get to do 1 more. Theoretically, if I had multi-classed into Fighter and I have 3 attacks right now I have 4.
Oh, this was supposed to read this. Okay, no. So I have it right, but Hecate is correcting the verbiage. It is a typo because how it's written, I'm right, as they both would have taken your full action. It's meant to say melee, not attack action. So it was meant to say when you make a melee attack, not the attack action. So this one is supposed to trigger on a single attack. Dance of the Crescent Moon is supposed to take the entire action.
Full action.
So again, if I have 2 attacks, I should be able to use Burst of Steel on 1 attack and still have my other attack because it's supposed to be when you melee attack, not attack action. That's why I don't like 5th edition's verbiage, because saying that the attack action is all of your attacks is very poor language choice, because an attack action versus all of your you know what I mean? I just don't like that verbiage. I understand that that's like kind of like in Magic the Gathering where you have like the attack phase, and that's really what it is. The attack phase, and then there's attack actions is really what is happening, but they call it attack actions and weapon actions, right? Like that's where it's getting confusing for me, is because if it takes an action to use up any amount of attacks I have to make a 3-way attack, the next one should read that it takes up my 2 attacks to do this. So that's why I'm confused.
If what you're saying is accurate, let me see if I can wrap my head around this. Then what could happen is, on my turn, I take the attack action. On my first attack, I spend 3 resolve and use Burst of Steel. So now I get to make another attack from that first one. And then on my second attack, I use 3 more resolve and use another Burst of Steel. So I just went from making 2 attacks to 4 attacks without even using.
That's what I'm trying to understand. But that's what I'm trying to understand, is because with Burst of Steel, if it takes all of my attacks, right? Like if I have normally 2 attacks, but this says, okay, I'm using all of my attack action, you're only going to make 1 attack, then it's going to give you an extra attack. But I already had 2 attacks. That's why I'm confused on how 5th edition breaks up why attack action uses up all of my action economy.
I had like a chalkboard that I could like draw it out on, because what I understand is, like, if there's like a circle, and that circle is called your attack action, inside of that you can put different things, right? So I have, as a fighter, 3 empty slots that go inside this circle at level 10. Okay, so inside those empty slots, I can either do a melee weapon attack, a ranged weapon attack, or a shove or a grapple. Mm-hmm. Do any one of those things in any one of those.
Yeah, I get that. That's why I called it the phase. It's basically the attack phase. Yeah, I get that.
But with what this is saying, the way that I understand it is, when I first read it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hecate, but what I thought was, instead of there being 3 in there, now there's 4 slots in there.
And that's where I'm confused, is because in Dance of the Crescent Moon, we were saying that inside the attack phase, there were 2 attacks, but now we're only going to do 1 attack that hits 3 people, right? That was what we said for Dance of the Crescent Moon.
Sure.
So in Burst of Steel, when it says take
with 1
yes,
big one.
That was the attack action or attack phase. So in Burst of Steel, when it says when you take the attack action, aka the attack phase, you use this technique to make 1 additional weapon attack. But if I'm taking the whole attack, like it's weird that when we use attack action to encompass what you're saying is everything inside of it, but when one ability removes everything inside and the other ability adds something inside, it's just kind of confusing on what's the trigger and what's actually activating it, right? Because it's not one is I don't know. It's not the way I like to divide up action economy, because it doesn't really make sense. And it's not on Hecate's fault. This is not on Hecate. It's just the way that 5th edition divides it up, because technically if 1 replaces everything, this one sounds like it should replace everything, but it's not. It's only saying that again, it's me in the way that I look at it. This verbiage is very odd. So again, Hecate, let us know, are we getting, if we already have 2 attacks, is this giving us a 3rd? And then that 3rd, or because it says any of those attacks. So is it just saying that you get a 3rd attack if you already have 2? And if any of those reduce them to 0, you get the resolve point back? Like, is that the actual purpose of this?
His last message, I think, clarifies as best as we can. And it was what I was saying a second ago. It's like, if I only have 2 attacks.
Okay, so I was right. So it is based on the individual attack. So if inside the bubble, inside the phase, if you have 2 attacks, this could eventually go to 4 attacks, because it's adding 1. Okay. But again, I don't think you were wrong. I think it's the way 5th edition is modeling it. It makes the verbiage hard to follow when we're talking about an attack action, because I think of an attack action as the individual action, right? You are going to attack. You could have 3 attacks this round, but each attack is your attack action. That's when that verbiage, to me, that's what that makes sense to. So when we talk about the attack phase, like if you were going to say there's an attack phase, there's a magic phase, kind of like an MTG, that's where my mind goes. But when I hear attack action, I don't immediately think, oh, that's all the attacks you can do this turn. That's why I'm confused. And that's why it wasn't you, it was me and the typo. No. There is a typo in here because it should have said melee attack.
I was also wrong in my understanding because I was thinking it only added one, but it adds one to each. And that's where
or to whatever individual attack you're adding it to, right?
Yeah. I thought it was like, hey, you just add one into the whole circle. This was every one of those dots has the ability to double, to divide.
Gotcha. Okay.
Into two. So that's the difference in my understanding. Instead of just adding another dot in there, and now I can do 3 instead of 2. It's like, hey, there's 2 in there. Both of them can divide.
Gotcha. So, okay. So that's kind of cool though, because you can do this up to twice and you each get a resolve point. So for one usage of this, if you were to, well, if you could cast this twice in a round, right? If you had enough, you technically could cast it twice, spend 6 and get 2 back all at once. So it wouldn't be that great, but it would be usable.
Okay, so again, there is some trickery in standard 5e that allows this to happen. It says when you take the attack action on your turn, but it does not say that the attack has to be from the attack action. So theoretically, if you had anything that allowed you to make an attack as a bonus action, after you had already taken the attack action on your turn, you could use this potentially 3 times and get 6 attacks in a turn.
As long as it was a melee attack. As long as it was considered a melee attack.
As long as it was a melee attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and yeah, because there are feats that say that you can make a melee attack with your offhand as like a bonus action, and that's a melee attack, and that could get Burst of Steel. So, yeah, as long as you have the resolve points. So I kind of like that though, because it's not
monk and you do flurry of blows or some shit like that. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, as a player, I kind of wish it gave me more resolve points back. Like, just like I only get a third of my shit back. Like, honestly, I love this as a DM. As a DM, this is solid now that we understand how it works. But as a player, I want more resolve points.
Here's the question. Does it stack with Tenet of Mercy?
That was on the other page. So wait, hold on. So when you make
that was not even up that was
Burst of Steel. Okay, so if you reduce a hitter with any of these attacks and Tenet of Mercy, yes, those are 2 separate instances, but can be used on the same life. So if you use Tenet of Mercy to deal the final blow as non-lethal, that would proc. But if you happen to, right before that, use Burst of Steel, so right before the final blow, you activate Burst of Steel, then you non-lethal end them to 0 hit points, both would proc, and you would still be able to use Burst of Steel a second time. So yes, with those, and you'd be able to do that with Mercy again. So technically, both versions of Burst of Steel would be able to get 2 resolve points each. And I think there's another ability that gives you a resolve point earlier. So I think there's another way you could technically stack them, which is great. That's that's the kind of stacking I'm okay with. Because to me, this is tactical stacking. This isn't, because again, these aren't stackings that make the player unbeatable or immortal or just one hit. But it's the stacking it's the stacking that makes the character feel fulfilled, not overpowered. I love this.
Like I'm doing what I was meant to do, not I'm just being crazy OP.
Yeah. All right, so piercing arrow ranged. When you make a ranged weapon attack with your Yumi or longbow, you can use this technique to ignore resistance and immunity to non-magical damage for that attack. On hit, the attack deals an additional 2d10 piercing damage. So this one's kind of like which one we were just talking about? Piercing focus, but for. So I think the difference is this one says your next attack ignores damage, but this one's only your next range attack does kind of the same thing. This is immunity and non-magical, but it's only for range. So it's like the other one was less powerful, but any weapon. This is more powerful, but only for ranged.
More powerful, more damage, and it messes with immunity, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Now the question, it says ignores resistance and immunity. So if you have immunity and I use this on you, does it knock it down to resistance or does it make you regular?
See, that's what's hard because it says it ignores both. I would assume it means it knocks you down a peg.
But if it's saying I ignore immunity, it's like as if you weren't immune.
Yeah, so that's fair. Yeah, so that would mean you just take full damage. That's crazy. That's crazy powerful.
That is crazy. That is absolutely.
I would. I mean, it is only a single ranged weapon, so it's like you can't it's only a one time. Like yeah, you could spam it, but
I do the same thing as Burst of Steel. I would give it a limit to how many times you could do it per long rest. That's all I would say. That's all I would say. I would just give it a limit. I don't 100% know what the limit is. I kind of think you should be able to use Burst of Steel more than twice per long rest. Piercing Arrow, maybe also more than twice. Maybe proficiency bonus, maybe
or half proficiency bonus. Because like I mean, even three times in a round, you know. So half your proficiency bonus would still be worth it at later levels. But yeah, it's cool though. I like it, but yeah, it definitely makes this other one. It feels like an upgrade, but also not because like you can only use as the range. So it's like it's nice that some of these are good, but when some of them are focused on ranged, it's like I would like to see other. Well, I guess there are some that are melee focused. So there's a mix. There's a mix for all of the subclasses here.
Yeah.
All right, so last one, Masterful Techniques. This is going to cost 4 or 5 resolve points each. So Transcendent Strike, this is 4 points with a bonus action. Your weapon attacks ignore all resistance and immunities until the start of your next turn. So that's just the next bonus from the last one, except this is all your weapons now. Sure. So that makes sense. It just doesn't do all of the extra damage, which I kind of wish it did for this extra amount, but this is for the melee fighters. So I get it.
This is for anybody. Oh, that one's for the melee fighters.
Well, because this one, I mean, if you're going to use this, you might as well use this if you're a ranged fighter. Like, you might as well use Piercing Arrow because it does more. This is Piercing Arrow for the melee fighters because it ignores resistance and immunity. It just doesn't do the extra damage.
Accurate. And the other one's theoretically cheaper.
Yeah. Phantom Steps, 4 points. No action economy. After attacking, you become invisible until the end of your next turn and can move through creatures as if they were difficult terrain. I would definitely need a... Like, this just automatically happens. I would say at least a reaction. Like, you need to be able to trigger this somehow. It shouldn't just automatically like, after attacking, you always become invisible until the end of your next turn. So that basically means every time you attack, you're always invisible. Yeah, it's... But how long does it last then? Like, I use 4 points. How long? So it's just 4 points and then to the...
Start your next turn?
Yeah.
Until the end of your next turn.
To the end of your next turn. Okay.
I will say, here's the deal. If it's to the end of my next turn, the question is, if I attack you, does that break my invisibility? Now,
it says you become invisible.
In almost every other instance of invisibility, attacking or doing anything like that breaks your invisibility, with the exception of greater invisibility. Right?
That's true.
Now, again, 5th level, you're not getting these until when? What, level 18?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if it said if you become invisible as if you had greater invisibility. That would be fine.
Sure. Yes,
I would say at bare minimum, at least put it in there.
For me to understand.
I think it's actually valid though. I think you should be able to attack while you're in there. Like, I think there's a tactical to saying after attacking, and if you have 2 attacks, you can attack, become invisible, move, and then do another attack and stay invisible. I think that's valid.
It doesn't theoretically say you ignore attacks of opportunity, but I would say that attacks of opportunity would be a disadvantage, generally speaking, because you're not.
I mean, which ones though? Because once you become invisible, though, they have nothing to attack. I mean, you're not silent, but they don't know where you are to hit you.
You're not silent, so like they have other ways to perceive you. They can hear you, they can smell you, they can whatever else.
But I think that would be more active. I wouldn't necessarily say they automatically get an attack of opportunity just because you moved out of their space, or unless extenuating circumstances, like they were actively tracking you with like Hunter's Mark or something. Like I don't know. I wouldn't give opportunity attack. I think invisibility, especially greater invisibility, I think I would allow.
If your passive perception is high enough and the person that's invisible is not making active steps to be stealthy or quiet, then I would say you would have the opportunity to get an opportunity attack at disadvantage because you can't see
Mhm.
them.
You know what I would give?
Trying, but it's
I'll meet you in the middle. I would, because it specifically says you can move through creatures, like as in you can actually share the same space, which you normally can't. I'll say that provokes opportunity attack. So you can be invisible and move away from combat, but if you decide to move through an enemy's space, that provokes opportunity attack and disadvantage because they can feel you. Like that makes perfect sense. If you were sharing the same space to move it, I'm 100% on board with you catching on. If you're more than 5 feet away, that's where I have a problem with it. But I get you. So that's where I'll meet you in the middle. If it was opportunity attack, if you move through a creature, because it's as difficult terrain, so it's already costing you speed. But the opportunity attack would also, it's like you're gonna save yourself 3 steps, but is it worth taking the opportunity attack, right?
well, because a lot of the times enemies will like do that so they can like basically make a wall where you can't get past them. And so like if you're trying to get to the other side of them or whatever the case may be, being able to move through enemies can be huge, especially if you're fighting in some sort of like narrow corridor or whatever the case may be. Traditionally,
Absolutely.
you can move through allies like they're difficult terrain, but not enemies because obviously you're threatened. But
This would be great.
this is a decent boon.
But I do think that your argument does hold, especially if you were going to move through their space. A disadvantage opportunity to attack sounds right. Because you can't stay there, right? You can't occupy it, so you have to move through it. So technically,
Yes.
you do have to move right next to them, which I think is a totally valid reason. Awesome. Okay, we got 3 more. We still have the rest of the class. Okay, we got to pick up speed a little bit. So Heavenly Counter, 4 points, reaction. When a creature makes a melee attack against you, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature. If you hit, the attack automatically misses. And the creature, if you hit them, their attack automatically misses, and the creature must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you until the end of the next turn. Once you use this technique, you cannot do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Interesting. I wouldn't mind changing that last part to you can't use this against the same enemy. But I get wanting to limit its power. But I mean, it's going to cost 4 points. I'd be totally fine letting them do this against different enemies. But I can, I don't know how powerful this really is, because it just basically means that when a creature makes a melee attack, you can use your reaction to also make a melee attack. If you hit, they automatically miss. So it's basically a duel, almost like a forced duel, right?
I know this is kind of, I like it a lot, but what I will say is I feel like it shouldn't cancel a crit. I feel like if
they crit on you,
if you hit with your attack and they crit on theirs, you can turn their crit into a regular attack and you both hit. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Or even take half
that,
damage, like just take half damage on a crit.
Half their crit damage, sure.
Because that technically is the same thing, right? Because they're going to do double damage and then you're going to half it.
Same thing. Yep.
But it would sound right. It would sound more in line with how you do spells.
Sure. Yeah.
And I see what you're saying, though. I liked it overall, but for 4 points, I would also like my attack to do more than just a basic attack that stops their attack, right? Like, it's a free attack on them, I get that, but I don't know. I guess the frightened is pretty good, though. That's why only once per target. I feel like I should be able to use it more than once, just once per target.
We say frightened is good. What exactly does frightened do?
They can't attack you, and they have to technically move away from you, or they can't move towards you.
Frightened condition says you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight, and you can't willingly move closer to the source of your fear. But if you're already adjacent to your target or your source of your fear, there's nothing saying that you have to move away.
That's true.
There's nothing saying that you can't attack them. It just says you have disadvantage while they're in your line of sight. So they can still attack you. They have disadvantage on their attacks, which is great, but there's plenty of other things that are less powerful that give you disadvantage on your attacks.
Yeah.
So I do like frightened Frightened is super underused, and I think that this is like if I went to go attack somebody and all of a sudden I'm taking damage instead of them, I think that is a jarring enough thing that it would potentially frighten me, right? Like I think that that's a legitimate response to what's going on. But
I wouldn't mind if it also either replaced or added onto Frightened Disarm. That'd be kind of cool.
Depending on what they're wielding, that would be very cool. That would be very cool. But to be honest, I think this whole thing would be changed to proficiency number for long rest and moved to 3 points and back into the other tier, to the lower tier. And I think this would be great over there.
Not bad, not bad. I don't disagree with that.
I feel like I would like to use this a lot more, even if it was a little bit less powerful.
Fair. I do agree that counterattacking is something that would be a lot more fun. So I would go with that. Either that or make it more powerful at this stage, right? They either knock it down a peg or make it more powerful. Now we have Wind God's Blessing. It's 4 points as a bonus action. You gain the following benefits for 1 minute. Your speed is doubled. You ignore difficult terrain. You can move across liquids and vertical surfaces as if they were solid ground. This effect ends, so that's basically spider walk. This effect ends near early if you fall prone or end your turn not standing on a solid or vertical surface. So you can walk across water, but you can't end on water.
Yes, and same thing with vertical surfaces. You can run up walls, but you can't stay standing on a...
Correct. So it's kind of like spider climb, but doesn't give you spider walk.
It's basically exactly what the monks get at like 9th level, which is so dope. And I love this. And I love that it lasts for a whole combat. And I think this is something that is it's so crazy. This lasts for a minute, but there's no limit to how many times you could do it. Like
honestly though, like honestly, I would also say this one could be this one I could have gotten earlier. I wouldn't have mind, like this one doesn't feel so game breaking and so capstone. This one would be great if I got this at least 1 or 2. Like I wouldn't even mind this if it only cost 2 points and an action to do this, right? Like you have to give up an attack in order to move. Then it would have been better early on because then there's so much more roleplay purposes you could do this for. Like this is way more beneficial outside of combat. I would not have minded getting this way early.
Yes.
Like
heck yes.
Yeah, I would have gotten this earlier, but I love the ability. Like hands down, all of it's great. Worded very well. I honestly just want this earlier. As a player, I'm like, now I'm only because again, this is only going to benefit you in combat if you have weird, difficult terrain, which by this point, yeah, it's most likely going to be a layer. But you mean I haven't gotten through all of this before? Like, I would have loved that throughout gameplay. And then our final one, Lotus Rebirth Strike. 5 points is an action. Make a weapon attack. If you hit, you add 3 additional weapon damage die to the damage roll. If this attack reduces a creature to 0 hit points, you regain hit points equal to twice your samurai level and recover 2 expended resolve points. Once you use this technique, you cannot do so again until you finish a long rest. So I want more life. Everything, 100% awesome. Love it. It's in a great non-capstone, like because it's a capstone but non-capstone. I think it's amazing. But by the time I can do this, I want double my or equal to twice your samurai level. I mean, that's only like, well, okay, yeah. Up to 40 hit points at the end.
Well, 40 at max, but this is 17, so I mean that's still pretty decent.
I want more health than that. Like that's all I want. I feel like by the time I'm using this, I really want this to be like second wind. I really want to come like back into the game.
I was actually gonna say because I can only use this once, I wouldn't be super mad at getting more resolve back too. Even all the resolve back, I wouldn't be necessarily mad at that.
I got that. Yeah, I would say 3 at bare minimum. Get half the cost back So I would say 3. But what I would do is I would actually say that there's 2 variations for the hit point regain. If this attack reduces a creature to 0 hit points, you regain hit points up to half. You regain hit points, enough hit points to bring you to half your max. If you were above half your max, you gain twice your samurai level. I feel that would make the rebirth concept, because if you're super low, it's way better. So again, it's that
100 hit points at this level, which you probably have more than, and you were at 2. Do you think taking one person down is worth what, 50 hit points, maybe even 60?
I mean, you going back up to half your game, I mean, you're probably not going to use this unless you're either halfway through the fight or at the end of the fight and you need to be the last one standing. But that's what I mean, is like, the idea is that, but if you're already at any point where you just want to end it and you're already up, you're still going to get a decent amount of hit points back. But I feel like if this is really used at that rebirth stage, if it's really used as that like kind of last standing moment, going up to only half your max, because again, what if you're only at 40? You're only going to get 10 points back. It's still giving you a much back, but it's playing with that idea of that courage aspect, right, of the samurai. It's playing into the fact of being tactical with it and using it at the right moment, not just using it because it's powerful. Like, that goes into a lot of the concepts about being a samurai, right? Is knowing the virtues of your tactics, knowing when things need to be done. I mean, one of the subclasses is all about resolve and all about, you know, holding back. So I feel like it would be great at the idea that this benefits you more the later you use it, but it's always beneficial, right? So maybe I'm wrong on that one, but I feel like that would be better in terms of life regain than just twice your samurai level, personally. Because if I'm at 2 and my samurai level is 15, like, cool, I get 30, but I'm more likely gonna again be hit by something with 30 hit points, so I kind of lose it all.
Well, let's say you can't do this before you're level 17 anyways, but
True. Okay, so yeah, so you'd still get at least that much back.
what if it was 3 times instead of 2 times?
I'd be more comfortable with 3 times. That still feels more like I'm getting a full second win. It feels a lot better. Or because it's a fighter. Okay, let's go full circle. Because it's a fighter, I got to step away to go to the bathroom, but I'll let you chew on this one. What if it was, when you use this, if you drop them to 0 hit points, you regain all of your hit die plus twice your samurai level. So you get to roll all your hit die as if you were getting your hit points back, and then you get a flat as well.
Oh, you can expend as many hit dies as you want in this moment.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah. So you get a flat, you get a flat, double your rate, but then you also get to roll any number of hit die for free, like basically without using them. So it's, if you take them down, you get this flat bonus, but you also get to roll a little bit extra. Think on that. I got to go step away, but I kind of like that as, again, that's a little bit, because I can still roll shitty. I can still roll 1s, but I still get more when it matters.
You know, it's interesting. I still kind of want more damage more than I want more health. Not necessarily more than I want more health, but like, again, kind of like you were talking about, like, if this is supposed to be the end of the fight, the climax, and I'm like taking this home, like, the 20d10 plus 20 heals is crazy strong. Yes, 20d. I would. When it comes to the hit dice, I do like the idea of expending the hit dice. In addition to it, I do think there should be a cap. You can do it like, you could spend a number of hit dice equal to your proficiency modifier, so you can't go higher than 6 d10 or something like that. 6 d10 plus 20. So it's unlikely that you'll max out at 60, but so if you maxed out at 60 with 6 d10 and then plus 20, then you're maxing out at a potential of 80 hit points. I think 80 hit points is a lot, but again, when you're rolling, I don't think you'd get that much. But again, I kind of think, actually, you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting? I feel like hit dice are such an underused mechanic. I feel like, especially like fighters and stuff like that, I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might start messing around with this when it comes to my um samurai class, but using your hit dice as a resource in other elements. Like, so imagine if I could expend some of my hit dice to do extra damage.
I'd love that,
So
especially for
if
spells, spellcasters, and things of that
oh, that'd
sort.
be
I
so cool.
100% agree.
So if for this ability, because you were saying you want more health, I was saying kind of saying I want more damage, right? Because you add 3 damage die. That's great. That's a lot of damage. But still, if my attack is got a D10, right? That's 4 D10. And I'm now like normal it's 1 D10, now it's 4 D10. So now I have 4 D10. That's still just a maximum of 40 damage,
Yeah.
right? So I kind of like the idea of, imagine you can spend um half of your what do you call it, of your hit dice in one of the following ways. You can either add to your damage or add to your healing.
Mm.
So you got 20 hit dice, you can use 10 of those in this ability. You don't have to use all of them, but you can use up to 10 of them, right? I can use 3 of them to add to my damage, and then the other 8 for my health, depending on how much health I need. But if I
I
do
I like that idea. I don't know how well it would translate into fifth edition, but I love that idea. I love the idea of splitting up that economy, and I like people being able to have a pool and split it. I just don't know how well fifth edition would work with such a mechanic, because it doesn't.
for sure.
I've not seen another mechanic do something like that where you actively split something, and I just don't know how many DMs and players would be ready for that level of dynamic. It doesn't just tell me what I have to do, right? I love it though. I think that would be a great way to do it. Some sort of option for your gameplay that says that whenever you activate this, you go heals or damage. Like, that's a cool concept.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's something to it. What exactly, I don't know yet, but what's that one? So far back.
All right.
But yeah. No.
Well, that was just our samurai techniques at level 2. So we're this next one,
guys. We only got a couple more.
these are all pretty short though, so luckily these should go pretty quick. All right, so now to the big part that we won't get to too much today, but we do have at third level your samurai tradition. This is going to be one of the following subclasses that you will follow. We'll get into each of these in their own reviews. So you have the Kenjutsu Master, the Sojutsu Master, the Kyuju Master, either the Katana / Sword Specialist, your Spear Glaive Specialist, or your Bow Specialist. So again, really like how those spread out.
Yep.
You also get ASIs at 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, and 19th. Is that in line with Fighter? Or is that one? I think Fighter only gets 4, right?
That's a good question.
I think this is one more than Fighter, because I think Fighter only gets 4 ASIs.
Fighter.
And that's 5. I mean, 4 ASIs or 5 ASIs or 5 feats is crazy. That's so crazy good, especially for the subclasses.
Score improvement. Why do you not tell me how many? Where's my table? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get 7 as a fighter.
Oh wow. Okay, so this is less. For some reason, I thought fighters only got 4 for some reason. Okay, so you get 5. So you get not quite as many as a fighter, but you still get a substantial amount.
Yes, dude, goodness.
At 5th level, you get extra attack. So that's the one extra attack you're going to get. At 6th level, you get honorable bearing. Your unwavering dedication to your code grants you poise. Add your wisdom modifier to intimidation and persuasion checks. Once between rests, you can use an action to end one effect on yourself that is causing you to be charmed or frightened. That's kind of cool. So once per, I'm assuming, short rest, you can basically dispel charm or frightened with an action. That's kind of cool.
That is cool. You also have that technique that we were just looking at that allows you to immediately repeat the save on being charmed or frightened.
Oh yeah. So
bonus action. So
one thing that
there's too much overlap when it comes to certain elements of the build. Is it like, oh, there's a bunch of things that help you not be charmed or frightened, or there's a bunch of things that help you just avoid this one thing?
Yeah. You know what I would love for this to have, because it's so early. I my mind went two different directions. In one way, I want this to happen later for a specific reason, but it would be too difficult. So I think I found a workaround of my own, because I like the idea of, it says like your unwavering dedication, right? Part of me wants a caveat in here about the fact that you can lose your code, or you can, like, remember we talked about how you can violate your code and that should have knock-on effects.
Yes.
So what if, so I would say it would be great if this was later, like at level 10, because then you can have a thing in here that says, if you have not broken your code to this point, gain this boon. But what if there was a third bullet here that says, as long as you do not break your code, you get this additional boon. And so it's basically a passive little thing, but if you ever break your code, you like permanently lose that, or you only lose it as long as you've lost your code. That was just kind of what we were talking about before, is having something tied.
You can come back. Interesting. Yeah.
But this would be the great part to do that in, is it's give yourself another passive option that is tied to keeping your code.
Yeah. Oh, I can look at that. Let me look.
It's interesting. There's a lot of charm frightened in this too. It is kind of fascinating that this is a lot of I won't be charmed or frightened.
Yeah. Which again, like I totally get the iron will of a samurai. Like, no disrespect, you're not gonna tell a samurai what to do. Like they're all about, I have decided this is me. Like you're like, they would make a great Green Lantern. Like I'm telling you.
I wouldn't even mind if like one of the subclasses, like especially the swordsman, had an ability that, like, as long as an ally is making death saves, or like as long as an ally is conscious within sight, you can make Constitution saving throws to stay up while at 0 hit points. Like that idea of, as long as there's someone to protect, you're fighting the urge to not go down. So there was that one thing that we talked about before. There was a barbarian that can do that, right? The death barbarian.
Yes, rage beyond death.
Something like that. But it's not tied to them. It's tied to, they have to have like an ally still alive. So like an ability that only allows them to stay up because there's something to protect.
Sure.
Even if it's not for the samurai, but that would just be a cool ability that you can be defensive and go beyond death as long as you have something to defend.
I would love it if it was tied to your code. If like
as long as there was something to do with your,
yeah, like the battle that you're fighting is to uphold your code, or it's like, and again, this might be something like way more thematic or way more specific to like the role play or whatever the case may be, but like if you're fighting in defense, if you're playing to who your character actually is, especially if you're in like dire straits, like maybe I don't know if this is the case in actual 5th edition, but I remember when I finally got to a certain level in Baldur's Gate and you get divine intervention, it literally says it's a thing that you can only use once, period, end of story.
Yeah,
right. And it's like, once you use it, it's gone forever. Like, I think this would be a cool option for this class. It's like, once you can basically
push beyond your means one time,
just not go down, in defense
I
of.
I think that should just be a general feat. Like that would be cool if someone wanted to have a feat that is a one-time feat.
Yeah.
That we should talk about that on the next D&D discussions. We should talk about one-time feats and the viability of them. Like burning an ASI in a feat, like
one-time feats,
like this, like during like your ASI or feat, you choose a feat that gives you this amazing ability, but you only get to use it one time. So we'll have to talk about the viability of that. But I like this conversation. Maybe not a feat, but I like the idea of you can collect these things that are one-time uses.
I like that idea as just like boons that like the DM gives you for like really good role play or like.
Oh yeah, just another we'll talk about that.
I think that's a good. This is definitely good.
All right, so at 9th level, you get your advanced techniques. So that's where your techniques open up. Unbreakable Will, 11th level, your Indomitable Spirit strengthens. When you fail a saving throw, you can spend 2 resolve points to re-roll it, and you must use the new one. So that's kind of different than the other abilities that we have. This is more of a much more passive without having to have the technique for it. Because we saw this ability in the techniques.
Yes, and because this is here, I would totally.
Because what was the other one?
This is here, and the other thing that we just saw a couple of seconds ago about the Charmed and Frightened, I totally think those techniques that we saw earlier could be replaced with.
The difference is though this is anyone. This is any saving throw. The other ones were wisdom specific.
And that's kind of what I mean. Is it's like because I have the ability to do this with any of them for 2 points.
Why would I use the other one to do it just for wisdom?
That's what I'm saying. And like, don't get me wrong, like the 2 points in the action. Is that no? That's the shout. It's the
Steel Mind. Steel Mind was the one that does the same thing.
Oh, I'm under advanced. That's why. When you fail a wisdom saving throw, yeah, it's already 2 points. You have to use the new result, intelligence.
It's the same one versus any saving throw. So yeah, so realistically, that just made and we talked about other ones could have been switched around. So you really don't need Steel Mind.
That's what I'm saying. It's like when we're looking at this collection, like each one of them has roughly 5 or so options in them. Give these ones some variety, especially because you have that baked into the class, and I think it fits way better baked into the class like that.
And I like that this is all any saving throw. I love the fact that this is any saving throw, not just wisdom.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So yeah, so I agree. You could even pad out some of those techniques by not worrying about having the wisdom one in there, or make the wisdom one more powerful specifically against wisdom.
Sure.
Hell, make it an auto. Like honestly, if you're gonna have it, if this one's gonna be a reroll of the failed saving throw, make the other one you automatically save at the cost of 2 resolve. Because it still costs you an action economy. Like this one, you're saving any saving throw. That one's only wisdom. So it's like you're basically costing this to just be like, nope. Because think about psionics, right? You could just put up a defense. This is basically like a samurai mental defense. They feel you getting into their head, and they go into a meditative state where they're like, no, combat evolved, I'm fine. I think it would be fine targeting wisdom saving throws if it was guaranteed at the cost, versus this one is any saving throw at the cost for a reroll.
I think it's either bards or rogues that have something called reliable talent, which is basically you can't roll under a certain number. So anytime you would roll under a 10, it becomes a 15 instead, and then you add your bonus on top of that. Like, I think something like that would be cool. I think auto saves are. I don't know.
Because you could do that. Because you could make that also one of those ones that resets on a short rest. I wouldn't mind if it's a one-time use between short rests.
Sure.
Then you can auto save. But that's where I think because it's only it only costs 1. Like I just feel like this one feels great as all saves, but that one if it's gonna be focused on wisdom, it has to be either better or easier. Right? They can't do the same thing. The next one at 13th level, we get our superior techniques. 15th level, we get Spirit of the Ancients. Ancestral spirits guide you once per long rest when you roll initiative. You may immediately gain 5 resolve points. Also, you add your wisdom modifier to your initiative rolls. Interesting. Okay, so not what I was expecting when it says Spirit Gardens guide you. But okay, so whenever you roll initiative, you'll gain 5 resolve. So this is going to be based on multiple combats in a day. So it's only really going to be beneficial if you've, because again, if it's your first combat, you have all your resolve, you're assuming. But
sure, unless you're using some of your stuff out of combat, like you were talking about.
Right. And then adding your modifier to your initiative roll. Not bad. Not bad.
Cool. Get another opportunity to go first.
Yeah. I would almost prefer, since it's at 15th level, I wouldn't mind if it started out as like, I wouldn't mind a permanent initiative roll bonus, like just a permanent bonus to your initiative, and then a once per long rest option for like regaining resolve somehow. You know what I mean? Because both of these only happen once per long rest. I wouldn't mind if at 15th level you just got a bonus to initiative at all times, even if it was just a flat +2. I think that kind of feels a little better, so you're never like last. But yeah, the immediate 5 resolve, it's not a problem. It really is going to depend on the gameplay having more than one fight between rests. Because if you never have more than one fight between rests, you'll never use it.
Sure.
But how often? I don't know. I don't know if that's rare. I don't know if that's common or rare with 5e. I know it's meant to have multiple combats back to back. So it's great ability if it gets to be used. I think 5 resolve points is awesome. I just think the initiative roll should be always. I just think you should always be able to have that bump.
I agree with the initiative roll. I think especially at 15th level, there's plenty of things. There's feats you could take that just give you a flat +5 and like all kinds of stuff. So like, I think that is definitely something that's, what do you call it? A valid ask at this point in the game. The 5 resolve, I agree. I think that there is a world in which you don't have to tie this to the start of combat, where you can just say, hey, I can use this ability once per long rest to just regain 5 resolve. You know?
What if it gave you kind of like temp HP? What if it gave you a permanent bonus to your initiative, and once per long rest at the start of initiative, you receive and may immediately spend 5 resolve points, or 3, or whatever. Basically, it's once per long rest at the start of initiative, you get a free usage of an amount of resolve to kind of prep the fight. So once per long rest, you always get this bonus, but once per long rest, you're like, hey, you know what? I want to gain advantage on my next melee attack, and I want to be able to defend myself if I get attacked immediately.
If that's what's happening, I'm instantly using whichever one's last for a minute.
Fair. Okay, and that's fair. And that's why I say maybe it's only like, maybe you only get 2 or 3 resolve for free instead of recouping 5. But that was just my alternative. It kind of sounds kind of cool that Spirit of the Ancients basically come in and basically be like, what do you want active? We'll activate one thing for you. You know what I mean? Oh, or what if that's it? You immediately gain 5 resolve that you may immediately spend on one active ability. So you don't get to divvy it up and go, oh, I want to spend 5 resolve on these 3 one-shot abilities. It's you get 5 free resolve, but you only get to pre-activate one ability that you have access to. So you get a bonus in initiative at all times, but one time in combat, you start the round and you're like, I get 5 free points and I want, Arrow of Dispelling immediately, or I want immediately Piercing Arrow. I want to immediately start the battle and make a free ranged attack. I want to start the battle like that. And I'm using, my 3 of my 5, but I lose the other 2. Or what if you're just right in the middle of it and you're just like, hey, man, we just went through crazy battles and it's the BBEG fight. I'm immediately going to do Lotus Rebirth to start the battle.
Are you talking about you get to use this technique when initiative is rolled, or you get to use this technique on your first turn in initiative?
I would say when initiative is rolled, which changes the tactic of which ones you choose. Because then you choose, because again, you get the bonus to initiative, but if you're still not first, you may choose a defensive one. If you are first, you may choose an attack one. So I feel like it's best that you get free 5 resolve points to use on any one ability at time of rolling initiative. So not everything's going to be beneficial, right? But I still think that would be kind of cool. Like for this Guardians kind of concept.
You don't have to say 5 resolve points. You could just say you can activate any
one ability
technique that is advanced or below.
Oh, okay, advanced or below. That would be fine.
Yeah, any one technique that's advanced or below. Like,
Masterful would be kind of a lot to be able to do right out the gate.
For sure. And at this point, I don't think you even have Masterful yet. What level are you?
Oh, that's true. 15. So yeah, you're absolutely right. So I think that would be kind of cool. Like that would feel better than just regaining 5 resolve. Because again, I'm only going to be able to do this if I'm getting, and that's a very rare problem. I want to say that's going to be the most common problem, but if I could just get 1 free ability to activate at the start of the round at level 15, that sounds pretty.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Hecate thinks about that one.
So what I'm kind of thinking. I'm trying to think if there would be anything that this would be too overpowered on. What if you got to choose one technique specifically in the basic category that no longer cost resolve, but had a cooldown on it, like a 3-turn cooldown?
I think that would be. I mean, might be fine, but you'd have to balance it with each and every one to make sure that they all work out that way.
They all are effective like that. I like the idea of having one technique that you can use no matter, even if you're out of resolve.
Or, I mean, you could also even say, instead of activating it at the start of combat, at the start, when you roll initiative, choose one technique that you can use free this combat. Like, under advanced. So you just say, hey, I want that one. At some point, I'm going to use that one for free. Just no resolve points. I'm just going to use it. So it's just kind of preemptively saying I'm prepping that as a one-time use for this combat.
Okay. Gotcha.
So you get your initiative bonus, but yeah, you just say, hey, I want to be able to cast freely that Whirlwind Defense, like without costing resolve. So even if you run out of resolve, you still have 1 freebie in the pocket.
Yeah. Valid.
I think there's a lot of ways to do that. I like the idea. I'm worried that gaining 5 resolve is just going to push it into the realm of I have to wait for multiple combats. And if they're allowed too many arrests, that's kind of a waste at level 15. I'd like, and the way to solve that too is just at bare minimum, put initiative rolls as a flat passive bonus. That one should always be there. Then the 5 resolve once per turn, totally fine. Or once per long rest is totally fine. Because at least the initiative bonus will always be there.
Sure.
And then at level 17, we get our masterful techniques. And then at level 20, we get a level 20 capstone.
Let's go.
Ultimate Honor. Your discipline reaches its pinnacle. Once per long rest, you can enter a state of flawless execution for 1 minute. You have advantage on all attack rolls. Your attacks deal 1 additional weapon die of damage. And at the start of each of your turns, regain 1 resolve point.
Bruh.
I would add a couple. Number 4. Crits do max damage. Crits do max damage. Period.
Both dies.
Just max damage and then double. That's it. That is you're talking about flawless execution. A crit should just automatically crit. It should be the truest crit possible. Max damage, then double it. It doesn't matter how many damage die you do. And again, that counts for however you count for all of those other damage bonuses and if those crit. Point is, if you're doing this and you crit, you should fucking crit.
Bro, imagine if you, well, you can't. I was about to say, imagine if you multi-classed into like Assassin Rogue and you got auto crit on the first round of combat. But if it's a 20th level ability, you can't multi-class, which I kind of appreciate about this.
Yeah.
Um,
I kind of like, but also am surprised it doesn't give you a bonus to your AC. Because it is more about you executing things, not. But then again, that also that counts for defense. So I wouldn't have minded, and I kind of expected it to give me a bonus to AC, like even like a +2. But I get that it's more about the actions, but I still want a true crit. I want a flawless crit option. Because I mean, just that ultimate pinnacle of I've capstoned and I'm gonna do my ultimate honor and I critted. I should just be able to see just the biggest die and the biggest amount of damage go out for that one. I really want that one to drive it home. Other than that, you could go crazy with this one. You could say that none of your movements for this minute activate or proc opportunity attacks.
Opportunity.
Like again, you could
entire time.
Yeah, like there's so much you can, because at level 20, let it go fucking balls out. You're up against the BBEG at this point, you know what I mean? You're up against a Tarask at this point. Fucking, I don't mind level 20s going balls to the wall because you should be able to show off. So I don't mind some of those things.
How do you feel about all techniques costing 1 less resolve?
Ooh, nice. Yes. Just that little icing on the cake. 1 less resolve.
I don't know.
To a minimum of 1. I don't know if the other ones should be free.
That's what I was about to say. I don't know if
to a minimum of 1.
One's costing me 0. But
that would be cool, especially because at the start of your each turn you gain 1 resolve point. So that's basically you could do 1 free technique every round.
Yeah.
All right, Hecate.
That's kind of cool.
Oh wait, well, Hecate, if you that was a couple minutes ago. I don't know if Hecate is still here. Luckily, we just got finished, so unfortunately, I don't know if they bounced already, but yeah.
Discord when we're done.
It's amazing. This is fucking dope. I cannot wait for the subclasses. As a main class, it is spectacular. There are things I would change, but this is, as a player, I would snatch this up immediately. If I was in a party and everyone had to pick, I would immediately go for this. 9 out of 10. Like, there's no question. I would change a few things. I would have to adjust it. It doesn't quite fit a lot of my lore and a lot of the way that I handle action economy. But otherwise, it's pretty much there. It's just more of the implementation. It's not even changing how the abilities work or what they do. It's more about the implementation and the situations that would trigger it. But this is hands down a 9 out of 10. I want to play this, and I may be inspired heavily on a lot of the things that I end up doing for the Samurai class in High Point, because this is absolutely the direction that I would want this type of class to happen. And we haven't even gotten to the specifics of the subclasses yet. But as a as a main class, the way this is written, this belongs. Like, this is close to belonging in like 2nd edition and 3rd edition. Like, the way this works for a self-contained class already without the subclass, this hits everything so well, especially with all those techniques. This is a very, very solid class. So, unfortunately, Hecate didn't get to hear that after 2 minutes. We were almost there. But quite literally only 5-minute difference. You're a little bit long in the face on this one now. It's because of the damn. I need to do different crops for different things, but it's fine.
Oh, I got you. So because of what I'm trying to do with my class, I've been heavily debating whether I'm going to start. You know how warlocks, you get your subclass at level 1, and most of the others you get it at level 3.
Right.
I'm kind of debating because so much of the ones you get at level 1, it's hard to understand how you were that thing without your subclass, right? Like when it comes to warlock. how were you a warlock without a patron? And if you're not choosing your patron to level 3, like how the freak does that happen? You know, same
Right.
thing with being a cleric. If you're a cleric in the clergy and you don't have a god that you're serving, like how is that possible? You know, so there's some that just make a lot of sense to be at level 1. This one, less because it makes sense to have one at level 1, and more because of you could take it a lot of different directions. You could be a very different type of samurai depending upon which way you go. And a lot of the things that we're talking about here, I feel like, again, very much lean towards one type or the other. So basically, having a direction out the gate, I find, is very valuable, specifically in a class like this. Um, well, that's the biggest reason why I'm considering that. Like, I definitely think that there is a space for the first 3 levels of uniformity across all
Oh yeah.
subclasses, but I'm I love so much what Hecate did here, and you better believe I am saving this. I'm going to save our transcript, and I'm going to be combing through it for all of the ideas and the ways I'm going to do different things, and like just stuff that came up in thought as we're processing this, because it's so
Right.
valuable and so much cool stuff came out of this. Like it is just straight up top tier. So
Yeah. This was super solid. I am very much looking forward to all of those subclasses. They are going to hit all of the key points that I think a samurai deserves. I mean, it kept true to the lore, and
yep.
it really felt balanced along the way. I know that we all have our own takes on what balance causes, but it does sound like Hecate did some time to play test it. And again, you never know what happens in the play test. You never know how. I don't want to say scripted,
Yeah.
but you never know. Like whenever people do play testing, I'm glad to hear how many sessions were played, but it's also difficult because when I've run into this too, where sometimes it's harder to play test something when you know you're testing it, and therefore you might be putting it up against things that it's designed for, and therefore
Yes.
it may perform. I don't want to say that Hecate didn't think about this. It's just they did so well at testing it. It's like sometimes did they truly put it through all the ringers, or do they put it through a story and a campaign and combats that were meant to highlight it? Because sometimes that could be a bias. I've done that a lot of times too.
And I know exactly what you mean, but it's weird because I almost feel like it kind of has to be that way, because the entire purpose of playtesting is testing to see if the elements that you put into the class function in the game. And it's
Right, but that's what I mean by it's one thing to function in the game versus if you have that bias of, yes, I put it through a lot of combats, but if you're a bias towards those combats being designed because specifically of the party composition and this class, the downside is you may, again, because there's one thing to, because if you have a story that you're going to run it through, that's one thing. But when you want to create something for others, you have to think, how are they going to use it?
To your point, I get the idea, because kind of like we were talking about earlier, you're not going to be in a campaign that's going to cater to your class. And I totally get that, and I totally understand that when you put a class or subclass through its paces in a playtesting environment, you're specifically doing it with the mindset of, I need to test what this class does. And so
Yeah,
you're going to
what it can do, what it's capable of.
affect it. But that's not necessarily a realistic view of how that is going to play out in a campaign, in a general campaign that's for everybody. Right. So I very much agree with the point that, like, but I feel like that is an overall flaw, not necessarily flaw, but like an overall condition of playtesting itself. Like I think that's just like
It's just one of those things that where I've learned when I do my playtesting, it's yes, you want to see it at its best. You want to make sure that you put it up against something where it's going to shine, because you want to make sure that when it shines, it does it right. But you also have to be mindful that you need to put it up against, yes, you need to see that if it's thrown up against a single this thing, it's useless, then it's imbalanced, right? you want it to have its moments of shining, but you want to make sure that it's not completely dead in the water if it's not that. And that's my only condition of when people play test. It sounds like it was extensive, and it sounds like Hecate got what they wanted out of it. But without seeing it, my first question always goes to, well, how much bias was in the testing? Because as much as you could put it through, if you were constantly making sure that it could do it with its abilities, what about situations where it has to be creative with its abilities, right? Because you design the ability to be used, but did you ever put it through something that it wasn't designed for, right? Like what you were saying. You put it through a puzzle that it wasn't designed for. Because that's what I like doing with like ability checks, right? I like designing puzzles, and I'm like, okay, well, this is how I would think about doing it. But I'm like, well, what if someone wanted to use intelligence instead of wisdom? How would that look, right? Can the puzzle be solved that way? And those are the kind of things that I would look at when I create a class like this is, here's all the things that it'll be amazing against, and it looks beautiful. Now let's throw it against something that I never thought it would go up against. Let's put it in the middle of a tundra and put it up against, the fucking ice serpent and see how it does.
It's the same thing for me whenever I'm doing any coding, right? Like I build it, and first thing I do is I make sure it does the thing that I built it to do. But then the second thing I do is I immediately try and break it. I'll try and throw all the things that could go wrong, and I see what happens, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's a very important part of any sort of like testing environment is you got to make sure that what you're putting out is going to be able to hold its own when put up against adversity, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what you're bringing up. It's like there's going to be some adversity you're going to go through. There's going to be times where you're not the star. There's going to be times where not everything goes the way you expect it / desire it to go. And so when that happens, how does it perform? What does it look like? Do you fall flat?
Right.
Do you feel useless? Do you feel like
or do you just fall into support role,
or do you feel like, because I feel like there should be a balance of, I'm not going to be good at everything. There are going to be things that I'm bad at. There are going to be things that I will either need to rely on my teammates for, or, find a way to approach differently, uniquely, creatively. And I think that is, how does a class handle a scenario it's not made for? Like, yes, I'm not going to be perfect at it, but like there are ways that I can approach it, and I can handle the same thing in a different way. Like a barbarian comes up to a door, like every single class opening a door, right? Barbarian smashes the door, a bard smashes the door, like whatever.
Yeah, you got to put it through paces of both what you expect it to do well at, what you expect it to do bad at, but you also just got to throw it against things that it was never meant to go against, and make sure that it still has a place in the game. Because there are plenty of situations where wizards aren't great, where barbarians aren't great, but they're never really completely useless. Like they all have a function. And it's difficult to play test that, but that's just what comes with multiple play tests, multiple run throughs, multiple people. Playtesting sucks. Like it's going to be hard. Like I'm not looking forward to playtesting with OSR. I'm telling you right now, I am not looking forward to the hours of playing a broken game just to get it to be fixed. But hey, you know what? That's for another conversation. We are almost at 5 hours, so.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, we've been going for a minute.
Today.
Me too. Yeah, because I'm tired and it is time. So we have some conversations for the future. That's for sure. I know Hecate already bounced, but Hecate, if you're watching the VOD, thank you so much. That was fantastic. Absolutely worthy of the 9 out of 10, 100%. Can't wait to see those subclasses, and I hope everybody out there enjoyed it. Let us know in the comments what you thought. But that's going to be us for the rest of the night. I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a great week ahead of you. We'll be back on Friday with some more D&D conversations. And if not, board games. We don't know yet. But that'll be coming soon. So if you see us online any other day, pop in, say hi. We're always looking for some company. But otherwise, we'll be back on Friday, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
This is my friends.